Well, hello everybody. How you doing today? You having a good time? Are you having a fun time? Today we're going to try to have a good, fun slinky time. Ooh, ah, look at the slinky, ah, ah. I should probably set that somewhere where I can't reach it. How's everyone doing today? A man has appeared. Oh yeah. I am a man, ain't I? And we can't forget the mark. There we go. The mark is here. For those watching on YouTube, today's weather we did Piano Man by Billy Joel and Superman by Goldfinger. Continuing the theme of man songs. Can Mark play with a slinky in the background? No. Yummy has been pre-hit, so I've decided to be pre-sick of it. Yep. So much going on in the world today, chat. So many things. But we don't have time for it. We've got to jump in because there's a lot of stuff to do today. Look at all these notifications. Discount notification warehouse. Couldn't get any DDD URs. Only 9 yummies. We could break down the yummies for the DDDs. Yeah, also, I feel bad. I was looking at the pre-stream chat. You got a message from someone, Sora. Hi, sorry, I'm new to Twitch. It's first time chatter. Oh, okay, nice. Love this song. And then they spent 100 points to be like, I like this stream. And then right before this was all while if you're watching this on YouTube, or you just come to the stream later and you don't know, general practice with streams is you got to give some warm-up time, because if you start talking like immediately, like as soon as you go live, people get the notifications, but they don't drop everything and run to the stream. You usually got to give people like 10 minutes to all kind of filter in. Otherwise, you're talking to like 2 people and you have to keep repeating yourself. So I have 10 minutes of music before the stream begins, and right at like the 9-minute mark, they were like, I've got stuff to do. Well, laters, I have some things I need to do, and they left. Like, unfortunate. Like, I think because, well, granted, it could have just been time, but it's like, my first stream, I'm curious to see what Hardleg does. Oh, he's playing a song, he'll be starting soon. And then 10 minutes go by, like, well, I got stuff to do, see ya. Like, they left before I even appeared. Hopefully they enjoyed their time, you know. Maybe they'll come back at some point. Real life calls, I suppose, yeah. Okay. So we've got a Yummy collection bundle. If you really like Yummy and you want like a Yummy coin and the Yummy mate and a wallpaper, and a deluxe sleeve, and an icon, and a base, and a card case. They got everything. What the heck? I haven't eaten anything in a while. Is that blood? That might be a little blood. I might be coughing up blood, chat. That's fine. Such things happen from time to time. It's just that time of year. We've also got a new selection pack. Apical Predators. I thought it was atypical. I don't know what apical means. You know what? This is a good time. Define apical. Relating or denoting to an apex. Why didn't they call it the Apex Predators? So they're not the Apex Predators, they're just close to it? Interesting. Verdict of Anubis is such a hard name. Yeah, it's pretty nice. How goes it? All right. I got a new secret pack. It's got the Max Metalmorph stuff and the Flame Swordsman stuff. It's like a Joey pack. Blazing Vitality. They've also made some adjustments. They've added some new DDD cards to the DDD pack. They've added some stuff to the Megalith pack, to the Solfachord pack. And they've removed Obedient Schooled from the Fabled pack. New accessories, limited time, because all accessories are limited time now. Miracle Raven, DDDD Dimension King Arc Crisis, Megalith Anastasis, don't miss your chance to win a large quality of gems. Triple Tactics Talent is underway. I guess we should do that. Secret pack. Darkest Magics. Azure. So the Blue Eyes and the Dark Magician packs have been updated. What the heck? They've removed Blue Eyes Spirit, Maiden of White, Wishes for Eyes of Blue, Ultimate Spirit Dragon. All of these? Included. Huh. Weird. Vortex of Magic to be discontinued. The structure deck will be discontinued. The cards, cases included will be made available for purchase at a different date. Huh. I didn't know they could discontinue structure decks, chat. Fortunately, I've already purchased my 3 copies of it. I guess they're going to be releasing Dark Magician support soon. Maybe even the frame break cards or something. And they're like, giving people Dark Magician and Magician Souls for free was a bad mistake. But yeah, if you want to pick these up, I mean, this alone is probably worth the price of it. This is good in like a lot of stuff outside of Dark Magicians, but if you're interested in playing Dark Magicians at all in the future, pick these up while you can. For the new structure deck, the code thing. There's a new structure deck. Should turn on the music, by the way. Yeah, you have a month. They have until February. Oh, they have a new structure deck. Cards included in the structure deck. Dark Magician, Magician Souls. Oh, okay, so I guess you don't need to pick it up right away. Because all the stuff that's in there will be there. Real man hours. Well, you don't think Mark Zuckerberg is a man? He ain't a woman. He ain't an NB, as far as I know. What deck won? The man. No, no. I think he's a fascist bastard. Mark Zuckerberg? I mean, he certainly capitulates to the fascist, but I wouldn't call him a fascist. He's just a businessman. So, you know, a coward and a sellout. How's the gaming? We haven't started yet. He's not even human. He's a machine lizard. Featherless biped? Check. Oh, hey, I got a free pull. Nice hat, thanks. Facebook has been found to actively stoke civil wars in other countries. So I know that, like, Facebook obviously can be used as a propaganda outlet. I didn't know, when you say Facebook has stoked it, you mean like Mark Zuckerberg is like, I want to make sure there's a civil war in India. And then he, like, directs the Facebook ads to do it? Or is it more like, you know, the thing is being used by fascists, and he's like, well, money is money. Because it was my understanding that it was the latter. Tribal Chief Haven has redeemed a honk, Critter. I'm going to say hi to Haven. Thank you, Critter. Any thoughts on the upcoming Rescue Ace support? I remember reading it and being like, oh, that doesn't feel like it does everything. Planned in broad daylight on Facebook? Yeah. Again, you know, I'm not saying Facebook is good or that Mark Zuckerberg is good. I'm saying he's not a fascist. He's a coward and a sellout. Those are different things. Being a coward and a sellout certainly enables fascism. Because you're willing to just accept whoever's money even if they're doing evil things. But I feel like it's important to delineate the people who want to do evil things and the people who are swayed by money. Because the thing about the people who can be swayed by money is that oftentimes you can turn them into your allies if you have the money or the ability to change regulations and change how the economy works so that there's a financial incentive to not help fascists. Can you please remove the bastard from the overlay? I apologize, but no. Unfortunately, he's already been here for the whole first stream. The whole gimmick is that there's going to be a whole bunch of marks or whatever. And so I'm not going to change it just because, like, he has a bad reputation. The joke is he's just a mark. He is as he is in real life, non-blinking, yeah. If it helps, I can kind of work in his, I can work in some, like, jabs at him to make it clear that, like, I don't like or respect this guy. But it's part of a bit that's already, like, the thing is, right, like, if you had requested that, on the first stream, and been like, you know, explained why Mark Zuckerberg is not a good person to have here, then you might have been able to sway me and, like, change my mind. But the fact is, he's already all over the first episode. Changing it now doesn't, like, do anything. Unfortunately. Would you make another song like the Paleo one? Because that song is fire and I'd love to listen to it. I don't have any plans to anytime soon. Unless something, like, substantial changes about AI, I can't imagine I would. If you don't know, the Paleo song was made using Suno, which is like an AI program. I was messing around with it. I thought it was really neat. I thought it was fundamentally different from a lot of the problems I had against AI was, like, tailored specifically to its how uncreative it was. And then once I started using it, a lot of people, like, explained the environmental impacts and the copyright impacts, which there's still some arguments to be made there, but they made compelling enough arguments that I'm like, you know what, it's probably better to just, like, not use it I think I had a poll and it was like 25% of people were like, don't use it. The other 75 didn't care. But the 25 made really good arguments. Yeah, it was in the script. Yeah. I mean, I feel like I put it a lot of different places, but there are still people who comment on that song and they're like, ah, you're such a good musician. I'm like, well, I wrote some good lyrics, I feel like. And obviously I sang it, like the version that showed up later. But I'm not like a great musician. I can't play the guitar or the bass very well. I feel like I'm pretty good, like, if I had a digital workstation, I could make pretty good music, but that stuff costs a lot of money, and I don't have a lot of money. It also takes a lot of time, which I also don't have. Anyway, one free pack. Greeting from Germany. Welcome, Saki the Dark Clown. Can you give him a top hat? A stupid top hat. No, I use the top hat. I wouldn't give him the top hat. Oh hey, mi amigo. And Ultimate Flame Swordsman? I mean, he's pretty cool. I like the art here. They managed to make a goofy guy look pretty cool. Has the voting started for next month? No, that won't be till next week. Mark Lilly from Ugly Americans? I'm not even familiar with that. Bad rogue deck, unfortunately, yeah. Will you do a DDD ladder climb again? If that's what people want. Let's real quick. We're going over everything. Oh, I can't look at it. Okay. Oh, I guess I gotta click down here. No. Whatever. Yeah, the Ritual Raven. I feel like we do buy this. With most of these, it's like, ah, will I play DDDs? I don't know. If I do, there's other alternatives or whatever. Will I play Megalith necessarily? Who knows? The thing about the, like this one, it's like, will I play Punk? I've only got 30 days. If I don't pick this up, I can find something else. But the Ritual Raven is so generic. It's like, if I ever play any Ritual deck again, this could be used as the icon. So it seems like a good investment to pick it up from a streamer perspective. I hope I can fix the patron stuff and vote for it. Hopefully. Only time will tell. 2,400? That's a lot. Where is the... Huh. Oh, it's the announcements of the winner. I thought they were doing it, yeah. The event started... Oh, okay. I thought they were going to do this, like, just from now on. The winner's gift boxes. Yeah, so no one hit all three or even two of them. 1,000 people got one of the cards right. 900 gems per person. Yeah, I thought there was another triple tap. I thought that was... It's not like a super engaging thing, but if they're just trying to get people to log in and click stuff and perhaps give them a chance of, like, getting a reward... I feel like the triple tactics thing is like a good way to do it. Farfa wasn't happy. Why not? Actually, what are we playing? The man with the mark. He takes his business so seriously that he feels the need to justify a 50 gem expense to us. Those 50 gems add up. Only 900 gems. Oh, he like guessed one right. Okay. Go ahead and delete him for now. So we're going to be recording this chat. Actually, yeah, let's get rid of the ladder climb. Last time I did one of these, I looked over the new pack and read all the new cards. It did well enough, and enough people told me to do it again that I'm going to go ahead and make another one of these and see how it works. Especially because it looks like, unfortunately, the Super Quant ladder climb won't be done this week. Mr. Metal had some food poisoning and it slowed down the editing process, so it's going to be next week. So this will be the weekend video. Fortunately, this should be shorter because I don't have to read the Yummy stuff. I already made a whole Let's Learn on Yummy. Get well soon. Oh yeah, he's already recovered from it. It just like, you know, this last weekend was going to be the time when he like buckled down and did everything, and instead he only got started on Sunday, so he's behind. Yeah, so I already did that. The one piece of advice I got last time was try to group things together. So we've got DDD, or we've got Yummy, of course, which I've already read. We've got the DDD stuff. We've got Megalith. And I guess I'll just put the ritual stuff in there because there's no other ritual decks in here. Solfachord / Pendulum. And then we've got a couple generic things. Okay. So go ahead and fill yourself up with cats in the chat. We're going to do this, and then we'll start climbing with the man deck. And welcome back to Pack Attack, the show where I read the new cards in the new list so you don't have to. Okay. And welcome back to Pack Attack, the show where I read the cards in the new Master Duel pack so you don't have to. I'm Hardleg Joe, if you didn't know, coming at you live on Twitch. Not that that really matters all that much. And today we're looking at the Apical Predators, which just came out yesterday at the time of recording. Includes a whole bunch of cards. Let's just go ahead in here. Newly added cards, so we can see everything that's new, ignore all the old stuff. There's 4 major archetypes that have gotten support. There's the Yummy cards, which were just released in their entirety. You get the whole archetype here. There's DDD support. There is Megalith support. And Solfachord support. Okay, actually, let me restart this. We're gonna do this one more time. And welcome back to Pack Attack, the show where I read the new cards in the Master Duel pack so you don't have to. I'm a Hardleg Joe, if you didn't know, joined by Twitch chat and Critter. Critter, you want to say hi to everyone watching at home? Thank you, Critter. And yeah, we're just going to be going over the new pack that got released, the Apical Predators, which apparently Apical means Apex. They could have just called it the Apex Predators. I don't know why they didn't. I guess Apical just sounds cooler. Either way, I did this once before. People seem to like it. We're going to do it again. I'm going to be jumping in here, just reading the new cards so you have an idea of how the meta might shift, what the new support is. And we've got 4 archetypes that have been released. First of all, we've got Yummy. This is just like a brand new archetype based around level 1 monsters. They link and synchro, mostly synchro, and I won't actually be reading these ones because I already made a whole video where I read all the Yummy cards and talked about how they work and even built a little sample deck list. So if you're curious about the Yummies, go check out the Let's Learn I did on Yummies. You know, we're going to be skipping over those. Also in here, we've got new DDD support. I did play that previously on the Ladder Climb. This deck is notable for being one of the most complicated decks in Yu-Gi-Oh! One of the few that uses pretty much every summoning type, Fusion, Synchro, Ixie, Link, and they've got really long names and a whole lot of effect text. I'm going to do my best to try to put these in context, but I'll be honest, I don't know the deck super well. An expert would be able to tell you better, but you should at least get a general idea. After that, we've got Megalith, the ritual archetype, which is known for ritual summoning without any spells. Can you hear that outside, chat? Bunch of people having a party or something. Okay. Next up, we've got Megalith. This is a ritual archetype known for not using any ritual spells. All the monsters ritual summon themselves. This is a deck I used to really like, a fun rogue deck, and I'm curious to see what the new support will be. And finally, there's Solfachord. This is a pendulum archetype, which is known for being terrible. Just unplayable, one of the worst pendulum archetypes of all time. I have no idea what they do. I don't think they have a win condition. If I recall, their only gimmick was they would have odd and even pendulum scales, and then if you have one of each, you get some kind of benefit. But at least previously, they didn't have any negates or disruption. They would just barf out a bunch of monsters, and you could make stuff with them. So no idea if I'll be able to put those in context, but we'll check out everything, and we're going to be going in order. Like I said, we're skipping off the Yummy stuff. And yeah, this time I'm going to be grouping these. And yeah, last time I did this, I just read everything in order. But a lot of people asked me in the comments if I could group them together by archetype. So that's what I'm going to try to do this time. Instead of just going down through everything, we're going to start, well, not with the Yummy ones, because I already did those. We're going to start with the DDDs. I'm going to read all the DDD cards and kind of give you like a context for all of them. Okay. Let me try that. Let me try that part again. And yeah, so last time I did this, I just sat down and read everything in the order that was released. And a lot of people in the comments found that kind of confusing. They would prefer if I grouped everything together by what archetype it is. So we're going to do that, starting with the DDDs, because this card is just like a generic. We'll get all the generic and like non-archetypal cards at the end. But we'll start with this, the DDD Dimension King Arc Crisis. He's got 4 Ds. So we'll start with the monster effect, because that's probably going to be the more relevant. This is Fusion with 4 Fiend monsters, a Fusion, Synchro, an Ixie, and a Pendulum. And if you don't know, all of the DDD cards are Fiends. So basically, one of each extra deck type. Must be Fusion summoned or special summoned from your extra deck by banishing the above cards from your field or graveyard. You can only summon once per turn this way, no matter which method you use. That's an interesting line of text. I wonder if that appears on any other card in the game. I feel like I haven't seen that before, the no matter which method you use. And yeah, this is just like a huge boss monster, 4,000 both ways. And summoning that, not too difficult, but I wouldn't be surprised if people didn't include this in the extra deck, because the extra is really tight. And this strikes me as something where, like, if you don't win on the first turn and your board gets disrupted, this gives you a chance to maybe crack back into the game. Like, if all your stuff's in the graveyard, you can banish it to get this guy. But he doesn't seem like he's helping your first turn combos. Although I should read the rest of his effect here. If this is special summoned, negate the effects of all face-up monsters your opponent currently controls. Can attack all monsters once each. If this card in the monster zone is destroyed, place it in the pendulum zone. Yeah, so it's like a comeback card. It's after everything's been destroyed, you can come down, negate everything, attack everything once, and maybe steal a game that way. Once it's destroyed, it goes in the pendulum zone, and its effect there is Target any number of Dark Contract cards you control, destroy them, then special summon that many Doom King Pendulum monsters from your deck and or extra deck. You can only use this effect once per turn. Yeah, if you're unfamiliar with DDDs, the Dark Contracts are continuous spells that support them. They don't really have, like, regular spells. Everything in the archetype is like a continuous spell or a continuous trap. And they have a gimmick of, like, they cost 1,000 life points during your standby phase. So, once again, if you summon this out and it's been destroyed and you're on your back foot, if you have 1 or 2 contracts remaining, it's probably better to just destroy those and then maybe summon some big dudes out of the deck. So I could see how it could be useful, but it feels like one of at best. Next up for DDD, we have DDD Zero Doom Queen Machinex. Ah, there's a Queen Machinex now. Sitting on a throne, as you do. Again, we're going to start with the monster effect. Sorry, what the heck is that sound? Oh. Oh, it's rain. It's raining really hard outside and it's hitting the window. I thought someone was like popping popcorn or something outside. My queen. Okay. So, if a face-up, DDD, and or Dark Contract cards you control, except another copy of itself, is destroyed, while this is face-up in your extra deck, even during the damage step, special summon this card, then destroy 1 card on the field. If this card is in a monster zone and it's destroyed, you can place it in your pendulum zone. You can only use each effect once per turn. Okay. So, it has an effect that seems pretty useful, but only while it's face up in the extra deck. So its pendulum effect is probably going to be the more important thing, and then if it gets destroyed or removed somehow, then anytime you have something destroyed, even during the damage step, so even if they just run over something by battle, this comes out onto the field and pops a card. Seems pretty good. It's also a 0 scale, we didn't mention that. I just assumed with 3,000 attack that it would be like a monster. Or, I mean, it is a monster. I just assumed with 3,000 attack that it'd be something you want to summon, but it looks like the scale effect is probably going to be more important. So during the main phase, if this card was activated this turn, place a Dark Contract from your deck face up on the field. You can only use once per turn. Okay, so it doesn't have any way to destroy itself. I think you have a way in Archetype to do so, but usually you don't want to. You just want to keep the scales, and especially with 0, that's pretty good. But yeah, all the Dark Contracts, they do everything you want. There's one in particular that just searches any DD card. So this becomes a 1-card starter. This is like a 3 of, it feels like. Maybe not because it's like a level 8. No, because you still, like, even if you get it, it's a 0 scale. If you get a high scale, you can just summon all these. So yeah, you get a Dark Contract card, and then once it's destroyed, it becomes this, like, battle trap. Does it have to be destroyed by your opponent's card? No, it's just if it's destroyed. So if you have any other thing like the King Arc Crisis, if he destroys your Dark Contract cards to summon things, it'll trigger this to summon her back. Interesting. So they're giving it recovery in addition to giving them another starter. And yeah, this, at least from my perspective, seems like it would be a mandatory 3 of. Because it gets you everything. Not only that, but it lets you set any of the spell traps face up, which means the traps now have more utility. Previously, you didn't play, like, any of them because you'd always have to set them and then activate them on the next turn. But I'm curious if there's any of them that are useful now that you can just, like, place them face up and immediately use the effect. Alright, moving into the super rares, they have a new Link monster, only an SR, DDD Sky King Zeus Ragnarok. Just a word salad of cool sounding names. So it's a Link 3, 2+ DD monsters. So you can use, they already have a Link 2 that's really good. The Gilgamesh that you always want to make. So now that plus anything else makes this. You can target one DD or Dark Contract you control, destroy it. Also, during the main phase this turn, you can conduct one Pendulum Summon of a DD monsters in addition to your normal Pendulum Summon. You can only gain this effect once per turn. When your opponent activates a monster effect in the hand, quick effect, banish a DD or Dark Contract from your graveyard, negate the activation. It doesn't destroy, so the card remains in hand. But yeah, I remember when the new DDD support was released, people were talking about, oh, they have a way to play through Nibiru now. There you go. If you can summon this card in less than 5 summons, which it's a Link 3, so it should be the 4th summon at most, and you have a DD in the graveyard, which you should because you linked off some stuff, now you can negate the Nibiru when they try to activate it. Or any hand trap, really, if they saved them for this point. I guess that means if you do have hand traps and you're wondering where their weak spot is, you want to hit them before you get to this point. This is not a deck where you want to wait for them to get to some kind of choke point. You want to try to stop them from getting started in the first place. Because once they get to this, they're kind of home free unless you've got multiple hand traps. That being said, it is only a monster effect, so if you have something like the Dominus cards, those are fine to activate. Imperm is still fine to activate as well. As for the first effect, well, I mean, a second Pendulum Summon is great. That's going to get you a whole lot of stuff on the field, but more importantly, you can just destroy a card you control. So you can activate the Queen, search, make your way into this, and then destroy the Queen so she's in the extra deck. I am curious, let me go back here real quick. If a card you control is destroyed while this card is face up in your extra deck, I have no idea. If you destroy this, does it instantly summon itself back out because it's now in the extra deck and a card was just destroyed? No, it's accept itself. Okay. I forgot for a second. I was wondering why it had that clause, like, except for Doom Queen Machinex. Okay. So she can't be summoned off of her own destruction. But once she's in there, then, and obviously if you have some other way to destroy her or get her into the face-up extra deck, I mean, even if you, like, summon her onto the field and then use her as, like, synchro or fusion material, she goes to the extra deck, then you use this effect and get her back out pretty easily. And 3 downwards facing arrows means that your pendulum summons with your pendulum monsters from the extra deck, you can get a whole bunch of them now. So yeah, this card seems crazy. I'm honestly kind of surprised that this one is the SR, but I guess you only need one of it. But the same could be said for this thing, and I don't know why they make, like, from a business standpoint, they get the one-ofs and make them URs. It feels like if you wanted to make money, you would do what you did with Yummy, which is make every single main deck monster a UR. Except Lollipo. Lollipo's only an SR. But these are all, like, mandatory 3-ofs. Okay, moving on. DDDs have a new Ixie monster. DDD Wise King Solomon. 2 level 4 DD monsters. You can detach one material, add a DD card from your deck to your hand. Okay, just searches. If this card is banished, target a DD effect monster. That monster gains this effect until the end of the turn. If it destroys a monster by battle, inflict damage to your opponent equal to that monster's original attack. You can only use each effect once per turn. Ah, that's very interesting. I was like, how do you banish? I know this deck does do it. They've got like a fusion monster in the graveyard that banishes. But I think the obvious thing for this, right, is that this is a Fiend Ixie monster. If you make this first turn to search, then on the second turn you can banish it for Dimensional King Arc Crisis. And when you banish it, you can then target this guy. So not only can it attack everything for 4,000, but it burns them for whatever it destroys. They're just making sure you can absolutely OTK on turn 3. So yeah, definitely seems like something you probably want to play at 1. That was one of the few weak points that DDDs had. Like the Ixies were always kind of something you didn't want to summon. Or if you did, it was just like on the way to something else. This just give you a searcher with 2,500 defense. Pretty nice. You can OTK like nothing else. Let's see. It's a ritual card. Alright, down in the spells, they have a new Dark Contract, this time with the Zero King. Is this Shrink? This looks kind of like Shrink's going on. This card is always treated as a DD card. Good to know, so it can be searched by anything that searches DDs. Which is one of the things that was starting to become a problem. You have cards that search Dark Contracts and cards that search DD. So now you just have something that's both. It's just both. You can target one DD card you control, except for a copy of itself, destroy it, and if you do, summon a DD from the deck. You cannot special summon for the rest of the turn, except for DD monsters. Okay, it doesn't even lock you into Fiends, locks you into the archetype. Granted, this is a huge enough archetype now that that's not a problem. You can only use this effect once per turn. During your standby phase, take 1,000 damage. Alright, so this also kind of seems like a 3 of. Granted, it's technically like a 2-card combo or a 1.5 card combo. You have to have something else you can play and destroy. But if you have any monster you can normal summon, or any pendulum you can put into the scale, then you can just destroy it with this and summon something out of the deck. Just a crazy starter. People in chat saying, no, it's a 1 of. That's crazy. I guess because Queen searches it? I suppose it's just amazing to see that there's a card that's like, yeah, you can summon any archetype card from the deck, but it's only a 1 of. We have so much recursion and searching now, it's not even worth it. To be fair, there is like the normal summon that searches all the Dark Contracts. There's the Dark Contract that searches any DD. Those kind of make this interesting cycle. Plus now with Queen being able to search things and the Ixie being able to search things, yeah, I guess that makes sense. Ryziel Faustus, thank you for the 17 months. Just hopping back into Yu-Gi-Oh! After taking a minor break. Thoughts on Enacraft? I haven't read them. We're just reading the new cards in Master Duel. Enacraft, I know they're like pendulum flip monsters. They seem goofy, but I don't actually know what they do. Okay. Alright, moving down into the NR cards, they have a Synchro, DDD First King Clovis, a tuner and a non-tuner fiend monsters, level 6, not too difficult to make in this archetype. If this card is Synchro summoned, you could target one banished DD monster, or if a Dark Contract is on the field, target one in your graveyard and special summon it. You can only use this effect once per turn. If this card is banished, you can activate this effect. If your DD monster attacks a defense position monster, inflict piercing. Alright, it's interesting to see them just like outright power creeping Dust King Alexander. That was the previous Synchro that you would make. That's a level 7, and it also summons something out of the graveyard, but only if you special summon another DD card first. So you kind of needed something to trigger Alexander in order to get to this. This is just like, yeah, if you have a Dark Contract, get back something out of the graveyard. And then, like with the Ixie, it's kind of setting up to be used for the big fusion monster you have. You banish this, and now it does piercing and burns and does everything. It's just crazy. I imagine this is probably a 1 of, just because you have so much you need to do. It's possible with the combos you don't even play this. Maybe Alexander is still better. Maybe 7s are easier to make, but I imagine you play at least one of this. Lance Soldier, did I miss one? I'm doing these in order. We'll get to it if it's in here. Alright, and then there's the Fusion. DDD Alfred the Divine Sage King. Simple fusion, 2 DD monsters. During the main phase, you can fusion summon a DDD monster from your extra deck by shuffling the materials from your hand, field, or banishment into the deck. Interesting. I wonder if there's something else that banishes. I know there's, again, the fusion in the graveyard. Either way, good to be able to recycle some of your stuff. If this card is banished, target a Dark Contract, If this card is banished, target Dark Contract continuous spell traps in your graveyard or banishment up to the number of DDD monsters you control. Place them face up on the field. So again, as long as you have the King Arc or whatever, you at least get one back, and then you can search in addition to everything else. This is interesting. This doesn't make that thing a house. It just makes sure that, like, oh yeah, you can really recover. You can extend once you do that. This one, I feel like, I don't know. I could see it not being as good if you can't get stuff banished, because shuffling everything from your hand or field back is not something you want. You'd kind of prefer they be in the graveyard for other effects. But if the line you go through involves banishing at least like 2 monsters, then yeah, you're set. This is just a fusion that gets you to more fusions. This is generic. Alright, next up we have a main deck non-pendulum monster, DD Defense Soldier. Activate one of these effects. Target one DD monster in your pendulum zone, special summon it. Banish a DD from your graveyard, and if a DDD monster attacks this turn, your opponent cannot activate cards or effects until the end of the damage step. You can banish this card from your graveyard to add a DD pendulum from your extra deck or graveyard to your hand. You can only use each effect once per turn. Yeah, this really strikes me as like a one-of card. It's something you search if part of your combo involves, like, then you pendulum summon this to the field, then you summon something from the pendulum zone, then you link it off, you banish it from the graveyard. Like, the whole not being able to attack doesn't matter. It's just banish, so then you can shuffle it back into the deck without losing any resources when you fusion summon. But it's going to be really combo dependent. Also, he's a big lion man. Let's go together. That's a Dark Flare. Aggron Overlord, thank you for the 23 months. Thank God it isn't 21. Okay, for the last DD monster, we have DD Lance Soldier. Level 2 tuner, pretty good. They needed some of those. You can target one DD monster you control, increase its level by the number of Dark Contract cards in your field and graveyard. If this card is in your graveyard, target one Dark Contract you control, destroy it, and if you do, special summon this card, but banish it when it leaves the field. Ah, I see. Okay, so that's another way to get something banished, while potentially synchro summoning twice. Or even just like, I could see this, if you have some way to special summon, like a Griffin or whatever, you normal summon this, you send it to the graveyard for a link summon, then you bring it back by destroying something, you link or synchro off again, now it's banished, you can fuse it by shuffling it back. Seems useful. Again, doesn't seem like a 3-of because it doesn't like get you going. It's something you want to search with your many, many searches. There are so many of them. That being said, no, I think there's still better normal summons. I was like, maybe this is a good normal summon if you have enough specials, but no, I think this is still probably a 1-of. But it's a good 1-of. I could definitely see this being played. And that just leaves us with the new trap. Dark Contract with a different dimension. They got DD Warrior Lady. She's the other kind of DD. Once per turn, during your standby, take 1,000. You can only use each of the following effects once per turn. Shuffle 2 Dark Contracts from your graveyard into the deck, then target one card in the opponent's field or graveyard and banish it. If this card is destroyed, gain 500 life points. Then if it was destroyed by an opponent's card, gain another 500. It's not terrible. It's recycling for a banish. But considering how wombo combo the deck is, and considering how this doesn't help with that fact, I can't imagine it being played at all. Like, maybe a 1-of if like, you really don't need the queen for anything else. Like, if you open with every other Dark Contract, you can set this face up and have another disruption, but that seems like a very unlikely scenario. I can see why this is an N card way at the bottom. If you want to play DDD control, yeah, maybe. Hard to say, hard to leg, but I wouldn't hard to say, hard to leg, but I wouldn't prepare to see this, you know? You probably won't. Might be... Unless you're playing NR format. You know, maybe an NR or some kind of Genesis format. No, you can't play... Yeah. We'll do... Unless you're playing an NR format. In NR format, this might go hard for the DDD deck. I don't know enough about NR to say, but, you know, it's definitely... Maybe there it could see some play. Maybe in some kind of lower-powered format. I almost said Genesis, but there's no way you can play DD without the Pendulums or the Links. You're missing too much. Joe, we have Draco Tail in NR. What are you fusion summoning? Okay, so that's all the DD cards. Let's scroll back up to the top and go to the next one down the list, which is Megalith. And we'll start with Megalith Natra Plura. What a wonderful phrase. This is a level 12 ritual with 3,700 attack, 2,700 defense. It's a rock, like all the Megaliths are. You can ritual summon this with a Megalith card. Must be ritual summoned using only ritual monsters. Interesting. I don't think the other Megaliths have that qualification on it. But I guess they want to stop you from, like, using stuff in the extra deck or something. You can reveal this card in your hand. This turn, your opponent cannot activate cards or effects in response to the activation of your Megalith ritual monster effects. Alright, that's not terrible. I mean, it is just a free effect. You don't have to summon it or anything. You just, before your turn again, be like, by the way, no reacting to my rituals. When your opponent activates a card or effect, quick effect, negate the activation. If you do, destroy that card. Then if the negated card targeted a card on the field, you contribute one monster your opponent controls. It is always funny when they have an effect that is specifically there just to punish your opponent for not reading. They're like, yeah, that's a negate and destroy, right? Like, kinda. It's a negate, it doesn't destroy, it tributes, but only if you target. So, you know, maybe try to bait this out with something that doesn't target, or while you don't have monsters on the field. It is good that they gave Megaliths an actual, like, disruption. This gives them more go-first plays. Although, funnily enough, this almost seems like it leans more into, like, the Megalith OTK strategy. Simply because it stops your opponent from responding to your Megalith monster effects. Which means now when you summon Bathor and, like, blow up the whole field, they just can't do anything about it. It's just like Raigeki Super Poly. This card is so overtuned. It doesn't have the ritual effect. Most of the Megalith ritual monsters can also be used as a spell to ritual summon. So it doesn't do that. And as a result, I feel like this is probably like a one-of. Like, it would be more bricky if you had a whole bunch of it. Granted, it's big enough level that you can use it as the entire tribute to summon any other ritual monster, but considering you can search pretty easily in that deck and get cards, like summon cards directly out of the deck with Fool, I can't imagine it being more than a one-of. Chat is saying you play 2 because it's protection. Interesting. I guess that helps you recycle it or something. I will say, while the art is definitely better, it feels a little bit too messy. What I always liked about the Megaliths is that they were like nice, clean lines. They were like statues. And this is just like way overcomplicated. Not that I care too much about the art. Like, I would still really like this deck. And then this isn't direct Megalith support, but there's a bunch of cards in here that specifically help rituals, and Megalith's the only ritual deck in here, so we might as well include this. This is Miracle Raven, And in the case of like a 0 scale level 1, I'm going to assume the pendulum effect is more important than the monster effect. So let's start with this. Once per turn during your main phase, you can ritual summon this card by tributing monsters from your hand or field whose levels equal or exceed 1. Oh, okay. So you play it in the pendulum zone, and then you can get it on the field without using your normal summon. Easy peasy. Oh yeah, this is a ritual pendulum. For some reason I didn't notice that. I was like, oh, you could just normal summon it. No, you can't normal summon it. But you can tribute like literally anything. Okay, and then its effect, while it's on the field, you can only ritual summon this with Miracle Raven. This ritual summon card is unaffected by your opponent's activated card effects. It's the smallest towers. It's a tiny little towers. Technically can't be destroyed, but that's good. It means whatever its effect is, it can't be impermed or veilered. If you ritual summon exactly one ritual monster with a card effect that requires the use of monsters, this card can be used as the entire tribute. If this card is tributed for ritual summon, add one ritual summon monster from your deck to your hand. Oh, okay. So you wouldn't Veiler this because it doesn't really have like an effect. Well, I guess you would, because then its effect, then it wouldn't be able to be used as the entire tribute. But yeah, they essentially can't negate that effect unless they have like a continuous negate or something. Something like skill drain. So that means that this is much easier to summon. Because if you have Ritual Raven, I guess it's still like a 4-card combo because you need to tribute something and then tribute something else. But being able to use this as the entire tribute and then you get something back to refresh your hand, I can see why this would be a staple in every ritual deck ever, pretty much. I wonder if Mitsurugi plays this. No, because they kind of like want to tribute their cards. That's how they get their effects. But also, this could be a starter if they tribute it. Then you can search, what's its name? Why can't I remember it? Habakiri. You could search the Habakiri with this, perhaps. Yeah, and this I can also see. You know, we were talking in the Yummy. And I can also see, we were talking in the Yummy Let's Learn about how Yummy can pivot into Mitsurugi by using Herald of the Arclight. This seems like a much easier way to do that, because you already got level 1s that you kind of want into the graveyard. Grant, no, you need to ritual summon something else. Never mind. You could use them to play Relinquished. 60-card Yummy Mitsu plays this. I see. Moving on down the line, Megalith have a UR continuous spell. Interesting. Megalith Anastasis. You can discard one card, add 2 Megalith monsters, a level 4 or lower and a level 8 or higher from your deck to your hand. You can only use this effect once per turn. Once per turn, if you ritual summon a Megalith monster, except during the damage step, activate one of these effects, but you can only use each effect once per turn. Draw 2 cards, then discard a card. Tribute 1 monster your opponent controls. Alright. So right off the bat, it's a searcher, so probably a 3 of. Although I will say, discard 1 card, add 2 Megaliths is kind of a steep cost. Megaliths don't really want to be in the graveyard. They don't have any spells or monsters or anything that benefit from being in the graveyard. So you'd have to play something outside of that. I'm struggling to think, is there anything that really sets up? I mean, I guess you get another ritual for Bethor, but it's not a very good cost. And unfortunately in Master Duel, because everyone is playing Ash Blossom, that means like 50% of the time you're just going -1 for nothing. The SR does. Also, Block Dragon is legal in Master Duel. Yeah, I suppose Block Dragon. You could discard that and then search 3 Megaliths, even if they Ash this, then they get the search off of Block Dragon, so that's funny. So I suppose, I mean, it's still probably worth playing because it does search everything. It just kind of sucks. I wonder if that's a good trade-off. You play like 3 Block Dragon and 3 of this, And then you could be like, go ahead, which one do you want to ash? The one that lets me search 2 or the one that lets me search 2? And then if they don't have ash, you just search 4, and then you're really off to the races. And then the other effect, once per turn, if you ritual summon a Megalith, either draw 2, discard 1, tribute 1 monster your opponent controls. So during your turn, it's just deep drawing into the deck. Although, again, there's the discard one, and I don't know why you would want to discard. And then the tribute is a nice bit of interruption, although usually if you're ritual summoning during your opponent's turn, it's to make Bethor, who is already going to pop stuff. Block Dragon doesn't trigger on discard. Ah, I see. It strikes me as one of those cards where, like it's good, but it's one of those effects you see from time to time. Oftentimes it's when, it's one of those interactions you see from time to time where, like, you have a card that destroys multiple cards, but only when it's used to summon something else, or only when something else happens that also destroys cards. And so it incentivizes you to wait around until your opponent has a big enough board where you want to, like, tribute 1 monster and then pop 3 more with Bethor, which can often lead to you playing into them making an unexpected negate before you can get to this, and then you don't even get a chance to use your disruptions. Either that, or you go early, and then you basically, like, waste the effect. You know, you tribute up something before they get started, Bethor has nothing to destroy, and then you hope that, like, you're fine there. To be fair, they do have the other card that, like, can also ritual summon, so maybe you go for that instead, and then you use that to get Bethor out of your hand. Hard to say. Either way, it's still like a 3-of for Megalith. It just could be better. With how bad this deck is, or how undertuned it is, it feels like some of these discard costs don't need to be here. Portal, yeah. Moving down to the SRs, we have Megalith Foollock. Ah, so Fool has evolved into Twin Fools. So this is a level 4. You can ritual summon this with a Megalith card. You cannot activate the following effects in the same chain. Okay, so you can do both, just not at exactly the same time. If this card is ritual summoned, add a Megalith card from your graveyard to your hand. Okay, so that gets back some of the stuff that you're spending with the discards. During the main phase, quick effect, you can activate this effect. Ritual summon 1 Megalith ritual from your graveyard, except itself, by tributing monsters from your hand or field, including this card, whose levels equal or exceed the level. Ah, okay. So that's why you want to do it. You want to fill up the graveyard with cards. Gotcha. Okay, so suddenly this makes a lot more sense. So you use Fool, which if you don't know, Fool is the ritual that can, it ritual summons out of the deck by tributing cards from your hand. That's something you usually make first turn for disruption. So if you have that in the continuous spell, you can summon this really easily during your opponent's turn, tribute off 1 monster, and then if you've gotten some way to get Bethor into the graveyard, you can then use this to summon the Bethor from the graveyard. That's also why you play 2 of the negate, because you could send 1 to the graveyard and use another copy to summon, yeah. So because you now have quick effect fusions, there's another one that summons from the hand, which very few people use because it was hard to set that up. There's Fool that summons from the deck, and now Foollock that summons from the graveyard. So no matter where cards are, you have a quick effect ritual summon that you can get to them. And so I guess it makes more sense that now you can fill up the graveyard, or at least have the option to. Gives you more toolboxy kind of elements. Next up, we have Readying the Rites. Again, a generic thing, but it's got Ritual Raven on it, so probably ritual support. Add 1 Fiend Ritual from your deck to your hand. Then if you added a Pendulum monster, you could special summon 1 Sacrificial Offering token, which is a level 1 with 300/300. While you control that token, you can't summon out of the extra deck. When your ritual monster inflicts battle damage, you can banish this card from your graveyard, draw 1 card. You can only use each effect once per turn. Yeah, so I remember looking at this and being like, what's a Fiend ritual deck? The Megaliths are all rocks. And, it should have been obvious because Ritual Raven's in there. This is a Fiend. So not only do you have Miracle Raven, but they gave you a card specifically to search it and put a level 1 token on the field. So you don't even need another card. Like, this is the 1 card combo. And I guess you only play the one of the Raven, because you don't want to get it as much if you don't have, like, another card that you want tributed. I don't know, I could see playing, like, 3 and 3 and then having a whole bunch of redundancy. Or I could see just playing, like, 3 of this and 1 of the Raven. But either way, this just, like, get you the Raven, get a token, you put the Raven in the Pendulum Zone, then you summon it by tributing the token, now it's on the field, and if you ritual summon anything, you can use that for the entire tribute and get another ritual monster. And of course, this, like, thing, like, if you're destroying something by battle, the game's probably over, but I like a draw card, just a bonus graveyard effect. It's unique. Demise support? Yeah, maybe. This is like a reptile thing. This is like warrior synchro. Okay, so those are all generic things. Alright, next up we have Ashlyn U1000. This is a Cyberse Link monster, but it has to do with ritual stuff. I don't know what, I just know this is involved with rituals. I have memories of like trying to build on YGO Pro and running into this and being like, oh, is this thing in Master Duel? And it's not. Except now it is. So 2 monsters with different types and attributes, which does make this a little difficult to make in specifically Megalith, where everything is an earth rock. But I assume you take other stuff in. Maybe you have a hand trap you can normal. Maybe you have, what's it called? Like Manju of the 10,000 Hands. And then if a ritual monster this card points to attacks a defense position monster, inflict piercing. You can only use each effect once per turn. Reveal 1 ritual monster in your hand. Add a ritual monster with a different type and attribute from your deck to your hand. If you ritual summon, except during the damage step, target 1 card your opponent controls, return it to the hand. Alright, seems pretty good. Unfortunately, again, this seems like something that wouldn't be necessarily good in Megalith because it's mono-type. Maybe they're trying to get you to mix it with other things. To be fair, you can reveal any Megalith and then add Ritual Raven, so if you made this without using Ritual Raven, like, there you go, it's another way to search that. If you have, like, I could see people maybe playing 1 Seravis to stop, like, stuff that would target you, and you could search that. Has to be a different type and attribute. I'm, like, trying to think of what ritual deck uses this, but even in something like Voiceless Voice, even though they're different types, they're all light. So you'd have to get, like, something else. Or we just add Habakiri. Yeah, I guess you could just add Habakiri if you want to play the... if you want to play Ritual Slop, just get all the ritual decks, mix them together. Libromancer, sure, why not? You could just use a hand trap. I mean, to make it, yeah, but I'm talking about this effect, reveal and search. And yeah, I do like, though, that if you do manage to make this, just having this, like, if you ritual summon, return something to the hand. So if you do make this in Megalith, you ritual summon and you've got a pop, you've got a tribute, and you've got a bounce to the hand. You've got every type of removal. We just need a card that banishes and we'll be fine. And is that all the ritual stuff? Yeah. And that concludes the ritual stuff, And that concludes the ritual stuff. Overall, pretty decent. I'm curious to see how it plays out, but not as strong as I was hoping as a Megalith fan. But who knows? Maybe there's something I don't understand. Either way, we've been here for a while now, so I'm going to kind of rush through the Solfachord stuff because, again, I can't imagine it would be too powerful, but just for the sake of completion, we'll read through it, starting with Solfachord Happiness. Activate one of these effects, but you can use each effect once per turn. Okay, so it's a thrice per turn, but you have to choose one of the 3 effects. Discard a card, and if you do, add 2 Solfachord Pendulums with different scales from your deck to your hand, then summon a Solfachord Pendulum from your hand, up to the number of monsters your opponent controls, +1. Holy shit! Give that to any other Pendulum deck, and they are creaming their pants. That is like a crazy discard 1, search 2, then special summon, and if you're going second, you can summon extra monsters. That's nutty, which just should show you how far behind Solfachord are that they need something like that. Okay, second effect. During your main phase, you can conduct a Pendulum Summon in addition to the Pendulum Summon. Okay, so we're giving everything 2 Pendulum Summons now. Or special summon 2 Solfachords from your Pendulum Zones. Yeah, seems crazy. Seems like an absolutely busted card. If you want to play Solfachord, or you play 2 of them as part of like a Pendulum slop thing, absolutely include that. They've got an SR monster, Solfachord Primoa. Say 0 scale. I assume that counts as an even scale for the sake of even and odd. I know things that end with 0 do, but I wasn't sure exactly how Master Duel would count it. But I assume this is an even scale. When you Pendulum Summon, you can target 1 Solfachord in your Pendulum Zone, return it to the hand. Okay, so if you have this here, you can get it back, and then if you use the effect to get a second Pendulum Summon, there you go. And then it's Monster Effect. I mean, it's a level 1, so it's easy to summon. While you have Solfachord cards in your Pendulum Zone that are even and odd, the activated effects of Solfachord cards cannot be negated. You can use each of the following effects once per turn. If this is normal or special summoned, add a Solfachord card from your deck to your hand. If you link summon a Solfachord monster, add a Solfachord card from your extra deck or graveyard to your hand. Solfachord card. So, basically, normal summon this, get the spell, and then if you can keep this on the field and get, like, 2 monsters to link summon, then, like, you have to keep this on the field while you link summon. You can't use this as the material. But if you do, you get the spell back from the graveyard to your hand, and then you can just use it again, get that second Pendulum Summon or something. So yeah, absolute 3 of, it's a Stratos for the deck. I mean, she's the conductor. She's conducting the Solfachords. Is that? No. Okay, that's it for the rare stuff. Then we've got... Oh. Okay, that's it for the high rarity stuff. They've got a new rare card. Solfachord Solfegia, 9 scale, so very, very high. Let's look at the Pendulum effect. When your opponent's monster effect activated on the field and resolves, if you control a Grand Solfachord monster, you can negate that effect, then destroy this card. You can only use this once per turn. Ah! So they gave them a negate on resolution. This is like the Ryziel field spell. It, like, doesn't negate the activation, it negates it as it resolves. So that's like probably the strongest form of negation you can possibly get. And then it destroys itself. On a 9 scale, that's pretty good. The Grand Solfachords, I believe, are the Link monsters. So as long as you can get any... Actually, let's go ahead. We can text in here. Grand. They're not... If they're... You know... Oh, wait. It's newly added cards. Gran. Okay, so if they exist, they're not in this pack. Related cards? Is that what I need to go? Okay, yeah. Grand Solfachord. They've got a Link 2 and a Link 3. So if you control a Link... Oop. Okay, you know what? Let's just redo that whole segment. Not the whole segment. I believe these are the Link monsters. Actually, let's related cards real quick. Grand Solfachord, Grand Solfachord, Do Solfachord. Okay, so doesn't look like these, but yeah, if you get either of the links and you have this in your pendulum scale, then you get a negate on resolution. Pretty nice, at least that's some kind of disruption. You know, it hints towards a play style. I don't think they had a negate before, but I could be wrong. And then let's look at what their monster effect is. If you control no monsters, or all monsters are Solfachords, special summon this from your hand. During your main phase, you can activate this effect. You can also tribute this card. Special summon a Solfachord from your hand, except for a copy of itself, or if you tributed this card, you can summon from your face-up extra deck or graveyard instead. You can only use each effect once per turn. Okay, so it lets you get the high-level Solfachords out of your hand, extra deck, or graveyard by tributing itself. It feels like it's much better in the scale. It feels like something you just play in the scale. I don't know enough to know if this is like a 3 of, or if you can just search it, or what, but definitely a good card that helps them out. It's a solid 1 of. And that's all the new Solfachord support. They just got 4 monsters. I mean, they're pretty good. Okay. And that seems to be all the Solfachord support. It's not much, you know, 2 monsters and a spell. Is it? There's 2 monsters and a spell. Okay. And that's all the Solfachord support. You know, it's not much, 2 monsters and a spell, but the spell is actually... Okay. And that appears to be all the Solfachord support. Just 2 monsters and a spell. Granted, the monster's like a 3 of, the spell is like absolutely nutty, and the other one is like a negate, so seems like a pretty good line of support. I'll be interested to see if anyone does anything with Solfachord, but I wouldn't count on it. The spell is a custom card, yeah. And all that leaves us with is the leftovers. Everything else in here that's just a generic card that doesn't have to do with anything. So let's go over those real quickly. Starting with the other UR, Gorgon Asilophthonia. Which, I mean, it's a fun thing to say. I don't know what this is. It's a reptile, apparently. Looks like a lady with like a loud flower gun or something. It's a Link 3. Takes 2+ effect monsters. All of the Link arrows point up, which means it could be used to like extra Link really easily. Theoretically, you don't need to make a whole U-Link. You can just make like a V shape if you want to extra Link. Oh, but you cannot summon or set monsters to a zone this card points to. Never mind, you cannot extra Link with this card. Monsters this card points to can't attack, and their activated effects are negated. Gains attack equal to the total original attack of all the monsters it points to. Can't be destroyed by battle or monster effects, while this card points to no monsters. Well, it points to no monsters. Okay, interesting. So this is something you're only summoning in the extra monster zone. It points to your opponent's zone, like all 3 of them, and it negates everything there. And you can make this off of IP Masquerena, right? Like, if you have IP in something else, you just zoom into this, and then you can negate up to 3 whole zones your opponent controls. That seems pretty brutal. That seems like something that might get IP not negated, but banned. Like, this seems a little too good. Being able to negate 3/5 of the field, just absolutely crazy. Yep, but it's activated effects. Yeah, but if you summon it off of, again, IP, they activate the effect, you chain IP, and then as long as you have the zone to summon it to that covers all 3, if nothing else, you know, this will be interesting to see how it makes people change their zone placement, because the existence of this card means you no longer want to play your best cards in the middle Link zone, because that's the only one that is always being able to be targeted by this. You want to like make a Link of your own and then put monsters in the zones behind it and to the like right or left of it, depending on which side you want. its defense is strong. Yeah, seems like a staple. You will probably want to pick up one of these because it's generic. If nothing else, it's good going second if you can get like 3 cards and plop this down. Like if they have 3 negates right next to each other, this just like turns all of them off. Good job. Famously prevents Zeus if they play it in the main monster zones. Yeah. Next up for generic stuff, we have the Starham, level 3 Synchro. Generic, tuner plus non-tuners. If this card is Synchro summoned, discard a card, special summon a monster from your graveyard that was used as material for this card's Synchro summon, and if you do, treat it as a tuner. If this card is in your graveyard, you can discard 2 cards, special summon this card, but banish it when it leaves the field. Welcome back, Martial Metal Marcher. Shit. This seems like it could be nothing but trouble. I had no idea the Starham was so good. It's just a way to, like, link up. Granted, like, it's a level 3, so it's a little difficult for some decks to make. But it's crazy that they just made a level 3 that's like, yeah, just grab something back, doesn't matter, any of the materials, treat it as a tuner, immediately just Synchro summon again. It's good for rank 3s. I don't know how rank 3 decks would make it. Discarding 2 cards. I wonder if Cristrons can use this. They like to discard 2 cards. They like to get tuners back. Although they don't have like a level 1, so making this is a little difficult. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. It's an SR for a reason. But I don't think it's like generically good. This is something like you'll eventually see a combo and they're like, yeah, your deck will need a Starham. So consider picking one up if you have the SR points. Otherwise, I wouldn't worry about it. Or I guess I would say, like, if you're opening this pack and you happen to get one, hold on to it. You probably will need it for some Synchro deck down the line. But maybe not. Okay, moving to the NR cards, we've got Saiba, the Soldier Swordsmith. Talk about alliteration. Level 7, generic, tuner plus non-tuners. Target a level 6 or lower warrior in your graveyard. Special summon it, but negate its effects. Also, this card cannot be used as Synchro material this turn. Okay, so you can't just do the Starham thing with it. During your opponent's main phase, you can quick effect immediately after this effect resolves. Synchro summon 1 Synchro using monsters you control as material, including a warrior. Ah, okay. So you can't immediately do the Starham thing, but you can do it during your opponent's turn, and that's a lot funnier. It itself is a level 7. There's not a whole lot of warrior synchros. I guess, like, this would be good in, what, Infernoble, perhaps? I could see this being used in something. I'm just not sure exactly where, but quick effect synchro's always funny. The fact that it's level 7 is actually kind of a detriment, because it means you can't make, like, Black Rose during your opponent's turn. It would be a little difficult to make like a Trishula or whatever, but I'm sure there's something you could make that would disrupt people at quick effect speed. Yeah, you don't need to make a warrior, but you do need to use warriors. You need to have, like, in order for this to work the way you want it to, you would need to have a warrior tuner specifically. Maybe, like, Stardust or Junk can do that. I don't know. Let's see. Replicard. Oh, let's see. This thing's generic. Replicard Lad. Look at this mad lad. He's replicating cards. Level 7 Cybers. 25/25, so, you know, it's Regenesis support. You can banish one other level 7 or higher monster from your hand. Special summon this card from your hand. You can target one face-up monster you control. Special summon one monster from your deck with a different name that has 2 or more of the same level, attack, or defense, but it cannot activate its effects this turn. Huh. So yeah, I could see maybe this is useful in Regenesis, because they have a lot of the same, like, attack and defense stats. It's got the 25. It might also be good in something like Dragon Rulers, where you want to banish a level 7 from your hand. Target one face-up monster you control. So it can target itself, So if you have another like level 7 with 25 attack or defense, this can summon it. It can't activate its effects this turn, but then you can like Link summon or you can Ixie summon or something. Yeah, probably like a Regenesis card, maybe a Dragon Ruler card. Hard to say, hard to leg. I'm not too familiar with either of those decks, but that's what I'm thinking of immediately. Next up, we got a spell. Let's Go Together! This is part of the continuing series of, like, in Papa's footsteps and walking through the snow, at least artistically. There's, like, a story being told here. If I recall from those cards, they weren't good. They were, like, gimmick cards that were meant to tell a story through the effect, not actually be useful. Let's see if this follows the same thing. So, if you have no copies of Let's Go Together in your face-up field, graveyard, or banishment, banish 7 cards from the top of your deck face down. Then make your opponent banish 7 cards from their extra deck and or the top of their deck face down. They must declare how many are banished from each beforehand. Interesting. So basically, banish 7 off the top of your deck, make your opponent banish 7. They can either choose the top of their deck or they can choose from their extra deck. They have to decide beforehand. That's weird text. I don't think I've seen like that sentence. They have to decide beforehand. Nemluria support, maybe. Could be used in something like Gren Maju decks. Do those still exist? The thing is, it like offers your opponent a choice, and I feel like the choice is, yeah, I'll banish from the top of my deck. I'm unfamiliar with the other 2 cards in this series. Unless they like let you stack your opponent's deck or something like that, I can't imagine this would be useful. I'm glad that it's at least face down though, so they don't get any kind of benefit if they have something in their deck that wants to be banished. But yeah, I have no idea what this does. The only card that says beforehand, interesting. Next up, we have Flame Swordsman support. Dark Flare Swordsman. You take no damage from battles involving this card. You can each of the following effects once per turn. Send Flame Swordsman or a monster that mentions it from your extra deck to the graveyard. Summon this card from your hand. You cannot declare attacks for the rest of the turn except with warriors. Quick effect, tribute this card. Special summon 1 monster that mentions Flame Swordsman from your deck except a level 6 monster. So obviously that includes itself. I never played the other Flame Swordsman stuff. Do they have another level 6? Doesn't look like it. I do know that fighting Flame Swordsman, if this card is normal or special summoned, add a spell trap. So this is just another starter for Flame Swordsman. Like if you have this, you send one from your extra deck, it's a free summon, then you get fighting Flame Swordsman. Granted, if you get ashed, you're kind of screwed, but at least you haven't used your normal summon yet. Seems pretty good for that deck, but that deck was never all that good to begin with, so we'll see. Next up, Leo Wizard, the Dark Fiend. One of these weird cards that, like, they added a frame to it so that they could break through the frame without actually breaking through the actual frame. It's like a proto-frame break. And I thought those were all illusion monsters, but this is a spellcaster. 1350, 1200 defense. For a player to normal summon a monster from their hand with more than 1350 attack or defense and an original level of 4 or lower, they must tribute summon it by tributing 1 monster. At the start of the damage step, if this battles a light monster, you can destroy it. If this card is destroyed by battle or card effect, add a monster with 1350 attack from your deck to your hand. This is one of the weirdest floodgates I've ever seen. They're like, okay, you gotta tribute summon level 4 or lower monsters if they have more attack than this dude. That's funny. I kind like, this is one of those back in the What a Deck days where I had to make a new deck every week. I absolutely would have built an entire deck around this fucker. I am insanely curious to see what you can search that has 1350 attack exactly. I feel like that's an oddly specific stat that there's not a whole lot of. but I'm not curious enough to search it right now. Do that on your own. It's a weird thing. I can't imagine you'll see it, but, you know, look for it on table 500. That'll be funny. Oh, and that's it. I thought we had one more, but that's it. Okay, we managed to make it through the cards. Very interesting stuff released. This took way longer than I thought it would, probably because all the DDDs are pendulums that have twice as many effects as everything else, and they're like a whole paragraph text or whatever. But either way, let me know if you enjoyed it. Hopefully you did. You're better prepared for the meta now. If you have any suggestions on how to improve the show, you know, anything you'd like me to improve, let me know down in the comments. And until next time, good luck and have fun. It adds another copy of itself, at least. Yeah, I was like, okay, I could do this. I don't have to read the yummy card, so I can knock this out in like 30 minutes. And it took me an hour and 40 minutes. Cheese and crackers. Holy moly, ravioli, yeah. Okay, are we just playing Starman again? Yeah, we're gonna start with Starman for now. There's another Leo wizard. Actually a talking lion in disguise, guys. Oh, good. There's a card that can search Tongyo now. Oh, and Tatsuno Shigo Diggy. You could search Amorphage Lechery. And the Mementalo Tatsunoko. Invader of the Throne. Bahigon. Yeah, I want it to be gone too. Bomber Place. Once per chain, pay 600, activate one of these effects. If you control 6 monsters with different levels between 1 and 6, choose one monster your opponent controls with a level and destroy all other monsters with the same level, rank, or link rating as that monster. Choose one monster you control with a level and destroy all of your opponent's monsters in the same column with the same level, rank. This is awful. How you gonna do this? Is the level 6. The only way to control 6 monsters, that means you have to have 6 and then an extra deck monster. Like it has to be a synchro or a fusion between the levels of 1 and 5. It's awful, but you could search it. Yeah, they really made a card that says, yeah, you can search all the dog shit normal monsters. You could search Crash Clown if you want. Or a pendulum. Yeah, maybe it was a secret Amorphage support. Instant fusion making bank. Clown control support. Okay. They got a new archetype. I see, I see. Alright, chat. Fill yourself up with cats in the chat. Let's get this intro recorded. Oh yeah, I need to change. We're on stream number 2. Okay. And welcome back, marks and non-marks. Okay. And welcome back, marks and no marks, non-marks. And welcome back, marks and non-marks, to stream number 2. A day has passed since you've seen me last. And though that doesn't seem like a lot has happened. Specifically, we got some new cards in the shop. We've got Apical Predators, which contains the Yummies and the DDDs and the Megaliths and Solfachords, for people who are interested in that. So I imagine the meta is going to shift quite substantially. I'm not sure exactly how. I mean, we'll probably see Yummy. I have no idea how our Yummy matchup is going to play out. So as a result, I don't want to change up the deck. We're going to stick with the Argo Stars, the Starman deck, at least for the start of this stream. And then maybe we'll trade off once we get a handle on how we play against Yummy. Although there is something we do need to trade. You know, last time we weren't doing all that great, even though we had a good version of the deck. And I think I'm going to blame Mark here. You know, I chose a Mark who is like a cowardly and greedy businessman, someone willing to sell out his soul and the soul of America in order to make a buck. And I don't want that. You know, we need a better Mark. We need better Mark representation. So you know what? I'm going to be the man with the marks. Let's get the humble Mark down here, a Mark that I can stand by, at least until, you know, the allegations come out. I can't imagine they would. But he is a YouTuber. You know, you should never never trust a YouTuber. Not even me. None of them can be trusted. But this guy's alright, as far as I know. But anyway, we're the man with the marks now. We're going in. We've got twice the marks. We've got a good and an evil Mark. A very untrustworthy. Never idolizes, yeah. But yeah, we're the man with the marks now. We've got a... But yeah, we're the man with the marks now. We've got a good and an evil Mark to balance things out. Hopefully, that'll allow us to rank up into Diamond and show the real power of the Odion deck. Oh hey, you could sue my stream for defamation. I'm pretty sure it's covered under free speech. Can we get Mark from Invincible? Okay, Dawn of Stream 2. When using an anime deck, why not dress like the character? Because that costs money. And time and effort, which I don't have. Standard? Season 49 has begun? I thought it did this last time. Didn't we already do this? Why is it doing it again? Did the season restart? Huh. That's strange. It's a strange thing. Alright, high stakes battle for our opponent. We are going second, which we don't want to do, but, you know, you can't always get what you want. It's fine. We got Nibiru. What you got, Aaron? Draco tail. I see. I don't think we've ever beat this going second against them. But maybe they'll play into Nibiru. That would be neat, right? Markiplier blocking the hand. Well, fine. I'll get him out. Get him over here. There we go. Disappear. Hello, Arthelion. How's it going? And then they just get those back. They get those hand traps back that they spent. Ghost Bell and DD Crow. I don't like that. Wait, what did they get back? Okay, so the DD Crow is just staying in the graveyard. That's good. It's like the one thing is I don't want them to disrupt the traps if I summon those. And then they got the Draco Tail Labubu. Probably going to add the girl that Fusion summoned so they can fusion during my turn. Yeah, exactly. 5 mana. End phase. No traps to set, just all hand traps. I see, I see. Apophis. Max C. I think that's fine. I think we wait for them to discard the 5 mana, right? And then we hit that with the called by. Because, like, we could just do stuff with this. You discard... Oh, no, no, no! Not today, friend. Oh, wait, they have the ghost spell. I forgot, they, like, added that back explicitly. I forgot the ghost spell can stop called by. Yeah, so either way, this called by wasn't resolving. So they send those two off. What are they getting? Just another one? No. Chaos. Target cards up to the lighter darks used as material. Destroy them. And then that lets them set a spell trap. They can't use it this turn, though, can they? Target one spell trap in your opponent's graveyard, banish it. Oh, monster spell trap. Okay. Oh yeah, and I don't have... I was like, why didn't I get to set an Apophis trap? Because I only play one of each, and I already have them, baby. I didn't realize how bad this hand was until now. Yep, let's go ahead and get this out on the field. Oh, okay. Sure. in defense mode. Yeah, and then they just run this over. Oh, okay. Sure. I'll take like 1,800. That ain't that bad. Yep, that's fine. Alright, we're in a pretty good position. That doesn't help especially, but, you know, maybe one of these days. Let's try this again. Actually, that's really unfortunate. Wait, no, we have a trap in the graveyard, so we can activate this. I was like, we need to set 2 cards. I thought we'd have to set the maxi. Okay. Do we get Anubis? We won't have 2, and that just makes it so we play under Droll. I think we go for this, actually. Yeah. We go for Circuit. We're gonna mess up their circadian rhythms. Oh, not my hand. We'll just banish that man. Hello. Let's search. Let's add... I guess we just get another Treasure of the Kings. That helps us slowly make our way towards where we can actually summon Anubis. Let's go to Battle Phase. Add 1 temple. At the start of the damage step, if this battles a monster, you can destroy that monster. And if you do, gains equal to... Okay. I'm willing to bet that they aren't familiar with that effect. So we're going to kill the Albaz now, get it off the field. Without using the effect. And then hope they just try to think that they can crash into this. And then we can destroy them when they attack us. Also, getting Albaz off the field means that if they do get into like a Draco Tail fusion, they can't make a branded card. Another one. Okay. Can you fuse with an earth monster? Apparently not. They could fuse with their own Star Source Dragon. I don't know why they didn't. They just move into defense. End of the main. Yeah, I guess we go ahead. No, we can do this during my main phase. Oh yeah, Albaz can only fusion with your opponent's monsters. Okay. Let's just do this. DD Crow. You son of a bitch! Getting rid of my stuff. They don't want me to be able to get to Anubis. Let's get to Anubis anyway. Let's discard this. Oh, hi, Mark. We normal summon. We activate. We get more shit. Do I have... I will have enough. Wait, no I won't. Damn it, I don't have enough spell traps for this to work. Wait, yeah, I will. Okay. And yeah, you know what? Let's just start getting in for, like, maximum damage. We'll summon this. Still counts as a trap. Battle phase. So the 2000 can get over Fallen of Albaz. The circuit can pop this when it attacks. And then we can attack for 1000. We're getting on the board, ladies and non-ladies. And then we got Song of the Dominators, and we've got Verdict of Anubis. And I guess we might as well just activate another one. And yeah, we could search again. We'll just get our last Anubis out of the deck. Deck thinning, the movie, the game, the motion picture experience. Oh yeah, and I can just add a Temple of the Kings. Why not? I'm feeling pretty good. We got a monster negate. We got a spell trap negate. We got Maxi. Draco tail apparently ain't shit. Who would have thunk it? I thought we were doomed. I thought they were going to do a whole lot of shit. Then they just kind of ran out of gas and drew too many hand traps, I guess. That was duel 21, I think. Yeah. It's raining man. Hallelujah, it's raining man. Amen. Oh, I got some stuff and things. Sure. Alright, gamers, one more duel and we rank up into Platinum 2 and we win the coin toss, just like we always wanted to. Going first. Hopefully we can actually see what the Argo Stars and the Mark stuff does. I feel like so far we've drawn exclusively hands that let us do one or the other and not both. Okay, yeah, so we do the man with the Mark stuff first. Discard Anubis. We can do both, unless they ash this. If they ash this, then we can only do Argo Stars things. Okay, they're allowing it. The man. With the Mark. Reading phase. The problem is, right, like, okay, let's say I activate this, and they ash it or they imperm it here. Then we can't activate this and get the Adra. We could summon the Adra now. Oh, but if they imperm that, then we're really screwed. Yeah, we gotta try it. Go, Mark. And they ashed it. Yeah, this, if you don't know, it's add an Argo Stars, and then if a continuous trap monster is in the monster zone, you can do some stuff. We're going to set this. We're actually going to activate this. We're going to grab an Adra from our hand. And we'll set the Purge. I mean, we still got Maxi. We still got Searchy Search. We're good. We're not good. Yeah, we'll do this. What are the chances you got 2 Ash Blossoms? 100%, apparently. Fuck. Why my opponent get 2 Ash Blossoms? Yeah, and unfortunately, this is not Ash Blossom. This can't stop if you're going to do that. Maybe stopping a search will stop them. Do we have a trap in the graveyard? We don't, so it won't destroy. Huh? Oh. Well, I guess I can do this. What do I want to search? Just another Adra? Yeah. Yeah, I guess we stop that. Ah, they could do it anyway. Alright, going first. Maybe this time we won't get ashed and immediately lose. They got the yummy field. They got the yummy stuff. Yeah, that's the problem I'm realizing. Like, if Ash is our biggest threat, then... You know, the fact that in order to go full combo, we have to resolve the man stuff in order to even get into the Argo Stars stuff. It doesn't work quite the way I was hoping. Special summon. Yeah, we'll just get Nibiru out of here. Imperm, alright. They wasted a lot of effects. I thought they wanted me to summon out of the extra deck, but I guess not. Anyway, here's Adra. Adios! Let me get you. And... you. And that's all she wrote. Yeah, it was yummy. Can't believe they bought the newest Yummy deck and they were like, nah, if Adra resolves, I can't beat that. Alright, one more win and we rank up. We have not won the coin toss. And it looks like we're going against Yummy. They've got the Yummy Mate. They've got the Yummy deck box. There's like a big bundle with like all the things. And the Sky Striker field. And the DDD sleeve. So you know what? Maybe, I don't know. Fuck it. Oh. Wait, we got Maxi. Let's go ahead. What you got? Oh! They ain't yummy after all, chat. Break out the spreadsheet. They're about to do a duel. Okay, they get her. They get the contract with the Zero King. They blow her up to search something, except what if you didn't? What if you didn't do that? Ah, the Surveyor! Add a DD monster with 0 attack and defense. Oh, so they're getting that Kepler back. Oh, and Droll. Wait. Does that mean they just drolled themselves? Yeah, they just drolled themselves. They're like, fuck it, I don't need to draw cards. That was just an illusion. Oh, they can droll themselves now. Shit. And Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh into Machinex. In the middle zone. Don't you know about the new Link? Okay, what does this fucker do again? Once per chain, when a monster card your opponent controls activates its effect, you can attach that card to this card. Okay. But what if you could not? There we go. Anyway, here's Wonderwall. Yep, and that's all it took, baby. All we had to do is go second and get Ash Blossom Maxi, and we won the game. Wasn't that exciting? Did you have fun being able to see the man Argo Stars do all its things? We get up into Platinum 2 either way. $212. It's 24 versus DDD. Whoa, 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 whoa. Well, Jolly G. Willikers, Chad, what do you know about that? Who comes walking down the lane? Who should come strolling by but Cards McGee with his top hat tipped over, just ready to tell me about the... Oh! Ooh, the man, the myth, the legend, the Imperm. The fuck? You have a Primite card in hand? Well, a touche, I suppose. That is a stronger engine than Argo Stars. Oh, what was that card they revealed, by the way? That was Primite Fusion? Interesting. Very interesting indeed. Yeah, and there's not one in the graveyard. But we gotta do it. Yeah, I don't want you to get to it. I want you to stop. Dinner plate sound. Alright, what do we get? We got a man of our own? No. Ash. Okay, Apophis. Apophis, set Apophis. They're Apophing off. Check it out. I got Argo stars. I think we lose, chat. I think we just lose. Check it out. We got the Dirt Spider, baby. We're dirting it up, dirting it up. Dirt Spider, dirting it up, dirting it up. 500, dirting it up, dirting it up. Dirt Spider, getting all the dirt that you want to dirt. What? Yep, nothing I can do about that. The Lordly Load. Oh, there is something I can do about that. Oh yeah, I'll summon this. Ah, they're apophosing here. But she remained frozen in stasis. Yeah, I'm just gonna surrender here. I can't beat all this. They got set up, we didn't. Another lost coin toss in the bank. Another lost coin toss, but I'm going first anyway. Interesting. Gem Knights. Tempai again, perhaps? Alright. We got our one card starter. Haha! Behold, treasure. Let us set a dang old card. Let us set... yeah, we'll set this one. This stops Maxi, potentially. I will search. Anubis. And then we'll get Anubis, Jamaica. The man! Let's special summon this. I don't need the Biru anymore. Ho ho ho. Grab me a King Temple. Now we play into Nibiru and hope it does not kill us. Set a card? Yes. Flip it up. We'll go here. We're going to make a dang old fusion. Because the animation looks cool, chat. Haha! And then I will reset my traps. One on the left and one on the right. Which one is which? You won't know after I shuffle them. Normal summon. Give me the counter trap. Yes. To my hand. The problem here, if I set the Dirt Spider, chat, I won't have enough room for Verdict of Anubis. Do I make... I think I just make IP instead. Yeah, we're gonna ip it up. It's fine. We've got Dirt Spider at home. And once we use something, then we can Dominus Purge. That was a pretty good setup. Granted, they are a go second deck trying to destroy things. Yeah, I think we negate that. Oh, but then if a trap card is activated. Yeah, that's fine. So, Chain Link 1 this. Chain Link 2 Apophis. So, this gets summoned. This gets summoned, and then because we control another trap, we can negate this. Then they get 1 pop. IP. So if they have a triple tactic card, we play into that. We have no other monster effects, really, so it might be better just not to do anything. The rabbit. Setting a continuous trap from our deck doesn't really help us. Like, the best we could make is SP and maybe have something, but I think it's better to just let this go. Oh, hello. Lava Golem. Hidden Armory. Okay. Oh, it's Mikanko. They're playing Mikanko. Gotcha. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and Anubis that. They can't normal summon now. So I imagine they'd have to summon something from the deck or search, and then we can Dominus Purge them. Alright, we did it. We played through a deck that wanted to go second and everything. I'm curious. I mean, obviously we won't know what was in their hand, but they had 3 other cards. Did they play the triple tactics, or was I afraid for nothing? Oh, they had 1. Yeah, they were really hoping for this. Yeah, they had 1 of each, but probably unlikely. Maybe drew this for turn. Or one of the equipped cards or something. Triple should be limited to 1. I don't know, I feel like I don't run into it a whole lot on Master Duel. Are you enjoying Mad? It's alright. I don't know, I feel like we might need to change things up, but we're not doing terribly. Let me know if you get bored of the Argo Stars variant, chat. Going first makes me feel alive. I go first, my opponents die. in the card game, like, they get defeated. Hopefully they live long and happy lives, you know. I wish only the best for my opponents in real life. Ooh, okay. I see what we're doing here. Yeah, in this case, it's like... Yeah, the more I play this, the more I'm like, I thought it was really good, and now I'm like, well, we can either get access... Wait, with this, no, we get access to both. Again, we could go through stuff, but then if they have any hand trap, it's like win more. That's the best way to explain it. It's like, the only way I resolve the full combo where I get the Argo Stars stuff and the Temple of the King stuff is if my opponent has no disruption. And if they have no disruption, I'd be better off with what I had before. We'll get this. And we'll get this. And then we reveal the true strength of our power. Set a card? Yes. Apophis. And I have to set another card. I guess we set the Imperm. Then we can activate this. We're going to get an Anubis, I think. Yeah, because we're not going to have enough material to summon this. Or actually, yeah, actually we do get Circuit still. We're going to Circuit City. Special summon. Bye, Nibiru. Going to get Temple of the Kings. I'm not sure if we're using it here, but we have it. They got something they can do. I don't know what it is. We'll discard an Argo Stars card. Get this. Add a card? Why, yes. Yeah, I'll grab the field spell. We're going to be trading out that field spell. Howdy, howdy. Then we're going to summon this. 500, and that's time in the round. And then we're going to make the rabbit. Rabbit time. Ha-ho, hee-hee. Let's go ahead and set Yon Dirt Spider. And yeah, we're going to activate this. We're going to grab back Giant Slaying. We're going to activate Giant Slaying. And just deck Thin out. Get another Adra. Add the Adra. Normal summon a monster onto the field? No. No, I think we're good. Okay, I'm going to put this here. We're going to set this. And I think we're pretty set. We didn't have the Anubis monster. I could have summoned that by giving up one of my spell trap zones. But I feel like it's better to just, like, do this. This way we have, like, 4 pops. We have significantly fewer pops. Yeah, we're just going to go ahead and do this now. So they had it the whole time. They were just waiting for our turn. Set a card. Yeah, we get the Apophis. 500. 500. Yep, and we just got to be careful. We got to let them extend a little bit if possible. Jack in the Hand on Twitch. They are LS Master 7 Max. Oh, it's Yummies. Okay, Yummy Hours. What do I want to add to my hand? I think this one, because it's limited to 2. I think Song of the Dominators actually goes pretty hard here. Negate that effect. If you have a trap, you can add a Dominus. Actually, yeah, we want to have a trap in the graveyard first, so let's imperm this. Wow, it's really storming out there. Hopefully I don't lose power suddenly. Okay, so no cup for you. Then they go into Snatchy. And then we stop the field spell with the Song of the Dominators. And then we add Dominus Purge. So we could stop an additional search as well. All without having to summon more monsters. Sure. Rabbit go down? That's fine. Ooh. A Lollipop. Shuffle it into the graveyard. Sure. That's fine by me. Damn, they just had all of them. We're going to use all of these to make Underworld Goddess. Now, Link Karibo. Okay. Sure. Cupsy Way. This is the one that lets them search to? Yeah, so this is the one we hit with the Dominus Purge. Consider yourself purged. Okay. I mean, they're still negated, right? And they've already used these effects. The second Snatchy has hit the field. Good thing they put this at 2, you know? The Cookie Way! I see, I see. 2 monsters. Yeah, but they can't target Statue of Anguish pattern, because I control the trap. So all they can do is put this into the back rooms. And it goes back face down, so I can use it again next time. Okay, they're making a level 3. The Shamisen Cat. Okay. Ooh, Assault Synchron. All tuners? And there we go! We beat the Yummy Menace! Granted, we had to go off and get like almost everything, but you know, they didn't max see us in a way that mattered. Granted, this is like the first, literally like the second day that Yummy has been available in Master Duel, and if it's anything we've learned from previous ladder climbs, it's like the first couple of days, people are still learning the deck. They're not as good at it. It'll probably get better as we go on. $235 duel. 28 versus Yummy. Starman. Yeah, I think we're gonna change it, chat. I'm just not really. It feels bad because someone donated like $100 specifically to play this variant of the deck. I was like, I can't afford all the URs it need, and they gave me a whole bunch of money, and I opened a bunch of packs just to get it. But it's really unfortunate. Like it has some neat stuff, but it just feels like the only way we can get into both versions or both sides of the deck is if we open a specific hand and we don't get hand trapped. And like if we open with the original deck and didn't get that, we would still be. All it does is increase the ceiling in situations where you're already winning. Lensban redeemed a karaoke for 100,000 Starman. It's I mentioned before, I don't actually know that song. I've like heard the chorus 1 or 2 times, but I don't know how the verses or anything go. Like, I'm not sure if it's, like, if it would be entertaining for the rest of you to hear me try to karaoke a song that I'm unfamiliar with. Like, if that would be fun anyway, or if you would prefer me to stick with songs that I think I can do pretty well. Angel Crab redeemed a honk critter. Give a thanks to Angel Crab. Ooh, the double honk. That sounds really funny. You will do that, I'm sure. You know what, let's, well, Lensban, you donated. It's up to you. Would you like me to give it the old college try, or should I try something else? Maybe another star-related song? Doc Perion has highlighted their message, minus 100. Well, let's go ahead. We'll take a little break. I wonder, do I have another star song? There's Spaceman by the Killers. I know that one pretty well. Still P2. Yeah, well, we spent the first, like, 2 hours almost of this stream reading over the new cards and everything. Sing the intro of Space Dandy. You know what I probably could do? How's this Yeah, I'm looking at it and I don't think I'm like trying to think of how the verses go, and it's like I honestly have no idea. All I know is the chorus, and even the chorus, all I know is he's a star man. Like, I don't know the tone after that. Maybe I should have played it this time. But I do know Space Oddity, which is another David Bowie song about space from that album. And I know I can do that one good. Would Space Oddity be fine? That sounds good to me. I appreciate it. Always so flexible. But it's not called Starman. It's not. Kid gifted a sub. I appreciate it. If you didn't get one, you gotta type evaded in chat. I am really curious. Let me go ahead, look through my karaoke list. Karaoke. Do I have any cards that, or any songs on this that mentions the word star? No. Nope, not a single star card on here. Okay. Ooh, 11 months. This is a new one. Let's try this. Although I realize I do need to turn myself down just a little bit. Just a tiny bit. Try that. Oh, we'll go even further beyond. Okay. And let's go ahead so everyone else can read as well. If you want to sing it, sing along. The echo, yeah. The echo helps the singing sound better. I never realized that song had such a sad ending. It's a very solemn song. It deals with like space travel and the dangers of it. Very effective. Really fun drums though. Fun to play drum song. Thank you very much. I'm glad you enjoyed it. And if the rest of you enjoyed it, you can redeem. I think there's like the total of 5 per day. I wonder if... Okay, turn that off. Do they have a karaoke for... Well, first of all, let me save that to the karaoke list, because I feel like I do that one pretty well. You can add that to the rotation. Brava, brava. Well, thank you. I tip my hat in your direction. How do you spell crescendo? No, damn. I suppose I could just, like, sing along with the actual song. Unfortunately, SPG is not the most... It's not the most, whatchamacallit, popular band. You could probably find their biggest hits, and On a Crescendo was never their most popular song. But that's probably my favorite song about space. Although SPG has a whole bunch of good songs about space. They have Daughter of Space? No. Maybe I should just... Do they have any karaoke songs for steam-powered giraffe? They have their version of Harder, Better, Faster, Stronger, Honeybee, Honeybee, Brass Goggles. I don't have a name for it. Their version of Diamonds, Honeybee, Me and My Baby, Ghost Grinder? Interesting choice. Oh, someone's made a full playlist. This one is hard because in order to even sing this song, you need like 5-part harmonies. Albert Alexander. Oh, with the backing vocals. Oh, this one has the backing vocals. Okay. I'm not sure if I could do any of these, but I would love to try someday. I'll rust with you. I'll rust with every one of you. Nostalgic nights have got me feeling it's all gone, gone, gone to rust. To rust. Whoa, oh, whoa, oh, oh, oh. Okay. Are we being unreasonable? No. I wanted to try this one. Oh, I need to turn the audio back on, too. But yeah, any of those I would try. I'm glad that they've got at least a couple of them. Okay. The Man with the Sea. Okay. We'll get this. Alright, so the Argo Stars deck isn't doing terribly, but I also feel like every time it wins, it's not because of the benefits of the Argo Stars deck. Unfortunately, as much as those... let's actually go back to this one. How many marks? 6. Don't do the 6-7 hands. Probably 6 or 7. 6 or 7. Alright, so the Starman deck is doing pretty well, you know. We haven't lost a whole lot of games or anything, but I also don't feel like there's nearly as much synergy as I originally expected. A lot of the problems with this deck is that you're playing 2 engines, and while there is a little bit of crossover, the only way you get to both of them is if your opponent has no interruptions. Which, I mean, if you do that, you're probably already winning even with the pure man deck. All this does is increase the ceiling on a deck that already has enough ceiling to win 90% of games. What I would call like a win more deck. I suppose it does also run into situations where like the man half of the deck baits out an Ash or an Imperm, and then you can use the Argo Stars half of the deck. But oftentimes, because they compete for a normal summon and they compete for his field spell, it just doesn't work out the way I want. It's not feeling good to play it. So I think we're going to go ahead and skip past this now. And while we do have some other cool versions we could play, including ones that aren't even up here, I did want to try this. We built this specifically because, one, the name was funny, but also because I've heard that Yummy has a hard time playing through exactly... Wait, where's it at? This is just the old version of the deck. Oops. Retaliating, yeah. Yeah, it looks like pure, but we're gonna play this. We're going to play Retaliating, and we're going to play Contact. And we're going to do that instead of Song of the Dominators. Dinkelberg. Okay, unfortunately I have to do that again because I forgot where I was. Okay, we'll just start this over. Alright, so the Starman deck is not doing too terrible, but it's also not doing great either. You know, I thought these decks would have a lot more synergy. They're both continuous trap decks that like having the Dirt Spider. But unfortunately, I feel like it's more of a win more situation. Okay. Damn it. Alright, so the Starman deck isn't doing terribly. We haven't racked up a lot of losses or anything, but it's also not doing great. I feel like this deck isn't as synergistic as I originally believed. Like, you certainly got two engines that both have continuous traps, they both like the Dirt Spider, and you can bridge one into the other, but only if your opponent has no disruptions. So it ends up feeling more like a win more kind of deck, where if you're in a situation where you're allowed to go off without being interrupted, then you can build an even higher ceiling than you would anyway. But the man's already kind of good enough that if you're allowed to go uninterrupted, you can just win the game anyway. You get quite a bit of disruption there, especially if you can make your way into, like, Verdict of Anubis. So it ends up not really complementing the other deck as well as I was expecting. There's also some situations where, like, you know, you Anubis the Last Judge, and then they ash it, and that allows you to then use a Giant Slaying to go into the Argo Stars half of the deck. But in that case, it's just an instance of using one engine to bait out the other instead of them working together. And it's just not as fun as I was hoping. So we could switch over to one of these other ones. Unreasonable Man, Man Trap. These both have very funny play styles. But there is a build that we made specifically to counter Yummy, and I would like to try that, even though I don't think it's very good. This is the Man with the Sea. So we're playing Man, just pure Man, essentially, except what we've done is traded out a lot of our hand traps for Retaliating Sea and Contacting Sea, which can all then search Max Sea. Okay. So this is essentially just the pure Man deck. We've just traded out a whole bunch of the generic hand traps for a whole bunch of Sea cards. We've got Retaliating Sea, which is kind of like a macro Cosmos. It also searches Max Sea when it goes to the graveyard. We've got Contacting Sea, which is really good against Yummy specifically. It puts a level 6 on their field and says, you cannot summon out of the extra deck unless you use this as material. And there's nothing that they can really make with the Contacting Sea on their field. And then because I pulled it a long time ago and never broke it down, and because Retaliating Sea can search it, we're playing Sneaky Sea, which is a very fun card, probably Cope. This whole deck is probably Cope, but we came up with the name, and how can I pass on playing this? You know, we're gonna play the Man with the Sea. Maybe it'll work, maybe it won't, but there's only one way to see. You know, I like experimenting. And by the way, you know, if you like the experimenting as well, join the Patreon. I can only afford to do stuff like this because I can get so many points and I can afford to buy more gems on Master Duel. So any support would be appreciated. Otherwise, let's jump in and see what this can do. Also, I'm just realizing this extra deck. Okay, I'm going to change up the extra deck real quick. Sneaky Sea, yeah. Let's see here. We want an IP. Oh, we should oh, we don't have enough points. Yeah, we want like another rank 6 we can make. Just put Force Focus on there. Yeah, it's funny. Oh, wait, no. This is funnier. We also probably want... And we probably want IP. I'm just wondering what we take out for IP. We haven't summoned this yet. Okay, so... There you go. Nothing too big or whatever. We just put in another rank 6 because we've got level 6 monsters now. We put in an IP or whatever. Let's jump on the ladder, see how it does. Deck version 3. Man, I'm getting hungry. I really messed up last night, chat. I was supposed to put some beef in a crock pot so I'd have something to eat during today's stream, and I didn't. And I'm out of bread, I'm out of Cheez-Its, I'm out of popcorn. Everything that, like, could be a struggle meal that I could, like, make really quick while I was on stream is, like, gone. My only options are, like, take 15 minutes away from stream to cook something. Like, I've got corned beef and tash. I could, like, run back and forth and, like, not watch it on the grill and make that. Or spend, like, $30 door dashing something. I can't decide which is worse. No money for... I could extend on Uber Eats. It's just crazy to, like... You pay $30 for fast food, essentially. It's like such a crazy expense. 15 minutes of ads, let's go. I like how exuberant a lot of you are, but the rest of you are not that exuberant. Okay, we're going first, which is what we still want to do. This deck's playstyle is exactly the same as it was before. We're just doing man stuff. We're men. Manly men. In this case, we don't actually make it to the man. We're just playing Apophis. You could say we're poffing off. You know what I'm saying? Set 4, pass, and then droll. We're up against a toothbrush. Interesting name. I never forget, one time I was on a vacation. We were like a timeshare, like a condo or whatever, with another family that was from Alabama. Oh, this goes great. That's a nice draw. I hope it was worth it. Yeah, we were on vacation, and we were at a family we didn't know that was a, I wasn't expecting that. There's another family from Alabama. Yeah, you know what, that's fine. I'll allow it. We'll just save the verdict of Anubis for the fountain. But yeah, so there was a family from Alabama, and their son told me this joke. There's like, did you know the toothbrush was invented in Alabama? I was like, no. He's like, yeah, you can tell just by its name, because if it was invented anywhere else, it would be called a teeth brush. Get it? Because they're poor and rednecks and they don't have proper tooth care. They only have the one tooth. Yeah, and Anubis has judged the Runics and been like, nah, get out of here. Summon a Runic from the extra deck. Okay. You know what? We're going to go ahead and summon this while we can. And I've tried in the past to just tell that joke on its own, and people be like, how dare you make fun of people from Alabama? And I'd be like, a guy from Alabama told me that joke. He's allowed to make fun of his own state, and I'm allowed to repeat his words. Just like it, you know, any of the jokes I do where you make fun of, whatchamacallit. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why you think you're allowed to do that. You ain't. Apophis says Nophis. Could you imagine if they activate Red Reboot here, and like they had it the whole time, and for some reason they just didn't activate it? Negate a card? Yeah, you ain't getting that back. Sorry, Jerry. Smiting Storm. Banish 4 cards from the top of my deck. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, we lost 1 man. We lost 1... So it was Sky Striker all along. I wasn't expecting that, chat. I didn't know Sky Striker worked with Runic. I feel like they compete because they both want to be in the extra monster zone. I guess they're spells, but they're like quick play spells? Kid, thank you for the gifted sub. And if you didn't get one, you gotta type evaded in the chat. Target a card on the field, destroy it, then if you have 3 or less spells, send it to the graveyard. Sure. I'll just negate that. They've got no Sky Striker spells in the graveyard, so they have nothing to get back with, like, Kagari. They could make what's-her-name, and then try to go to attack and, like, send it to the graveyard. But, like, even if they get engaged, what do they do? And waiting till next turn? So after Droll's ready? Yeah, you just go for Shizuku. They still got 2 cards in hand. I'm saving. And you've skipped the battle phase. Alright. Let's go fist for Apophis. Howdy, howdy, howdy. I will set 2 cards. I just gotta hope they don't have a Veiler or something. And then just shim-shammy those around. Do I pop this now? The problem is I can't activate this in the battle phase. Yeah, I think we try to get them to... Let me think. I attack this, they get back Ray, they can tag out something in the battle phase, and I can't stop them. They can do that regardless. No, then I can... No, they can do that regardless. Yeah, might as well try to do it now. Hello. I would like to pop you. Get yo Ray back. Question is... Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, chat. Do you think they know? Good thing we added in these rank 6s. Funny joke! Photon Strike Bouncer. What's up, fucker? You want to try to tag out now? We'll see whose strike gets bounced. Battle phase. I will attack you. No you ain't. Get that shit out of my face. $1,000. Continue the attack? Yes. And then the question is, chat, do I make a Zeus or do I keep this here? Realistically, yeah, I think we just keep this for now. Make a Typhon for the mind games. Typhon, bounce itself. The equivalent of T-posing to assert dominance. Yeah, I think I have to. Because if they get back in array, they can get going. So, Chainlink 1 Apophis. Chainlink 2 other Apophis. So, chain goes backwards. You summon this. Then you summon this, and there's a continuous trap on the field, so you get to negate a card. Nothing really mattered. Anyone can see. Nothing really mattered. No, nothing really mattered to me. Also, I got another one. Chaining Hornet drones. I mean, go ahead. And then I can negate the Kagari when it comes down. Or I could let them get back the thing, because it don't do anything. Oh! Rose! A desert rose, ale. Oh. Damn, I would have liked to have top decked that. Alright, well, you're free to do what you want to do then. But all you can do is get back Hornet drones or a engage that you can't activate. Can't attack me because you used the one thing. Just get an engage for next time. Play the grind game. Zero! They're basically saying, kill me now, because I'm going to have 2 engages next turn. Oh, plus they can pop me. Yeah, I might, unfortunately. As good as this seemed, we might just be dead. Oh, that helps. No, it wouldn't. It has to add a card from deck to hand. Yeah, the more I see Dominus Purge, the more I'm like, the thing that makes Ash good is not that it stops you from drawing, it's that it stops you from summoning from the deck, it stops you from sending to the graveyard. Like, the fact that this is only add a card makes it, like, almost worthless. Every time I've top decked it, it hasn't been useful. Yeah, I think what I do is we go to attack, and we try to see if we can bait this out. Oh, do they not have it? No, they have it. I was gonna say they didn't even pause or anything. Fortunately, 16 is bigger than 15. What does this do again? When your opponent controls, activates its effect, destroy a Sky Striker Link Ace monster your opponent controls. Damn. So, like, I can make Typhon, but it don't do anything. Because they haven't used this effect. So it would just destroy itself. I do think we still make this just so we've got the defense. Unfortunately, their grind game is better than our grind game when we can't actually get to the man or any of the cards that use it. Yeah, we'll let them use this one. Oh, fuck. I shouldn't have done that. I was like, there's no way they're playing Afterburners, right? Or there's no reason they'll use Afterburners on this. I was like, they're already playing all the Runic cards to destroy stuff. Yeah, and that's probably game, I think. Yeah, my thought process with all this, right, was that, like, they would use the... I knew they have 2 engage. They'll use the first engage to get, like, a Widow Anchor or to get, like, a linkage. And then they'll use the second one, like, confident that, like, if the first one goes through, they'll be able to do the second one. I didn't expect them to actually play or use Afterburners anymore. But I mean, just goes to show you, like, the benefit you have of playing a dog shit version of the deck. You're unpredictable. $2,000. Shouldn't this have $3,000? No, it's linkage that gives it more attack. Yeah. All the linkages in the world. Do we get to go first that time? I forget. Yeah, we did go first. Okay. Hello, not a bi-smile dude? Food break. Yeah, again, I don't think I can afford to do that. Chat will leave. I have to wait till after stream. Alright, we're going first. We've got the Verdict of Anubis. We've got the Treasure of the Kings. Hopefully this will be enough. I got something. Set a card? Why, yes. I would like to set a card. Then we'll set the verdict. Let's grab... Yeah, I think we need to get this while we can. Because we have another way to man. Although it locks us out of the links if we use the 7th Tachyon. But that might be worth it. Goodbye, Nibiru. I knew you well. Alright. Let's go. Temple time. Hello. My name is Apophis. I'm a serpent of legend. A 1. Set a card? Yes. It can be activated this turn. I haven't summoned 5 times. I ain't gonna. I wonder if they're just saving the imperm for, like, the Apophis deity. Either that or maybe it's actually Labyrinth. Hello? Is it me you're looking for? Okay, set some spell traps. Do they come back? Ah, you do have the Torby, do ya? And back, Jack. They're going back, Jack. Do it again. So they can set the big welcome. SpongeBob, welcome, big okay. Do a little shuffling. You got the clock, too. Look at the top 3 cards. The order of the cards has been changed. Yeah, and... Huh, how come I can still do this? For the rest of this turn. I see. Yeah, so I might as well do this now, right? For some reason I thought you couldn't do it the same turn. Quick effect, excavate. And if it's a normal trap, set it to your field, otherwise send it to the graveyard. Okay. See what you got. Dominus Impulse. Ah, I see. Huh. Opponent activates a spell that includes the effect that special summons. Unfortunately, they will not be doing that. We'll just get the man. The man, the myth, the legend. Oh, I have to return something. I forgot about that. I think I have to put back the max C. I should have put the Ash on top, and then I could normal... Okay, whatever. Add it to your deck or send it to the graveyard. Yeah, we'll get another one. Okay, we got set up for next turn. What can I still make? Oh yeah, I can make Ixies. End phase. Another one. Ah, the Daruma. Gotcha, 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 gotcha. Hello there. Sure. I forget which lady is this. You can special summon this. Okay. That's fine. That's okay. We will allow that one. We've got to let them extend as much as possible. The one we want to stop is the big welcome, because that'll remove a monster. Ghastly Glitch. Interesting. If a trap is activated, you could target a card your opponent controls and destroy it. Yeah. I'll destroy this one if you don't mind. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I can't. Oh, I'm stupid. Oh, I done fucked up. But that's fine. We've got Verdict of Anubis. Destroy all the cards? Yes, please. 2250. Yeah, I forgot the other lady had text that was like, you can't use a monster in response to a trap. Fortunately, the mind game still worked out. We had the judgment of Anubis on our side. Still haven't opened any of the C cards. Anubis might be a monster, but his verdict isn't. He will verdict you one way or another. Have a good one, Deutscher. Thanks for coming out. Yep, just eating some chips and hoping that'll hold me over until later. Alright, going first again. Oh, we got the sneaky C. He's the sneakiest one. And retaliating, which is probably not good against, except for a specific couple of decks. I mean, they've got the branded stuff, so against branded, it's actually really good. You know, when your opponent activates a spell card that special summons monsters, summon this from your hand. While this card is on the field, any card sent to the graveyard is banished instead. So if they activate Branded Fusion, you can chain this, and then every card they try to send for Branded Fusion gets banished. Let's go, man. Oh, it resolved. The treasure. Let's activate the treasure. They got something they can do. Set a card? Yes. And then we'll set a second card. Now Temple of the Kings is on. We can get ourselves a Merciless Scorpion. You should have had mercy. You should have picked any kind of a card. Okay, so this is like a built-in summon, which means they cannot respond to it. Win rate, 76%. I had no idea it was so powerful. We'll get this. And then, just in case they're trying to save, like, a Maxi or something for when I activate Apophis, let's hit them with the Silo Hat right off the bat. Surprise. I'm a wascally wabbit. Put a little dirt under your pillow for the dirt spider. And then we're going to temple our kings. Bum 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 bum. I really wish Silo Hat would let me destroy my own spell traps. I would love to get rid of this Temple of the Kings. Just clear up a little space, you know? Set a card. Yeah, we're going to get the Swamp Deity. Let's activate this. Howdy, howdy. And then if they have Nibiru here, we're kind of doomed. Then it's like, we've got to rely on the seas. But what are the chances they have Nibiru? Hardly anyone's playing that in this format. Which one's which? Which one's which? Could be either or. Give them the shuffle. What do they have? These are all Earths, so it couldn't be like a Bestial. End phase. Boom, 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 boom. Now they max C. Okay. So we summon this. Yeah, it was just max C. They're just waiting. Yeah, I think I summoned this now, too. Okay, so this goes here. We set the other Apophis. So we've got two Omni Negates. They don't destroy, they're just negates. But we'll give them a card every time we do one. Nothing I can do about that. You put it in front of Imperm. I always forget that. Something had to go there. At least it wasn't the Dirt Spider, yeah. Do I summon the Sneaky Seat? No, we're under Max Seat. Sneaky Seat, if you don't know, when your opponent special summons a monster, summon this face down. And if you do, during the end phase, change it face up. If this card is flipped face up during the end phase, destroy all special summoned monsters on the field. Yeah, we just let them get to the, we just have to let them go through this. We just gotta wait until they get to the extra deck card. Who knows? Maybe they bricked and all they have is like the Fiendsmith line. Maybe they get to the link and we just hit it with Imperm and they die. Okay. Imperm! And then, yeah, I forget if we showed this before, but because this is still a trap, even if it's in the monster zone, that causes it to do that. Do we want to blow this up so they just don't have link material? Sure. We've got like a million Dirt Spider pops anyway. Okay. Yeah, I think that's worth doing. We'll give them a draw, but at least we stop the fusion. Get negated. They draw, they're stopped, they're popped. See, it's a negate and destroy if you have the Dirt Spider. Alright, that's a good sign. End of the main phase, sure. Battle phase. Okay, for a second I was like, you better not be having the... Okay, we made it out alive. We're good, we're good. Unfortunately, this is just trapped here forever. Do I want to normal summon this and then, like, link off two things? Yeah, I think that might be the best way to do it. Oh, I can add a monster first. Let's try this. We're gonna grab Anubis again. Oh, the last judge will get us the counter trap, though. If he doesn't have anything. The problem is, this can only negate in the main phase. So if I go to the battle phase, and this is something they can activate then, I can't do anything about it. If it's something chainable, I could activate it ahead of time and try to blow it up with Silhouette Rabbit, but then my only negate is gone. So I kind of need something that can bait this out beforehand. Which I don't have. Not easily. How much is 6,300? Yeah, I think we just have to try it. Try it and hope. Okay. So this pops this. Dirt Spider gets this out of the way. And we'll save that one. It was Draco Tail all along. But it draws a card, so fuck you. We've got 8,300. Perulia. Okay. Or Fuelos, I should say. You got something else? Because otherwise, I'm just gonna attack you. Oh yeah. They can block with this. I only have 800 more. No, I don't want to activate the Sneaky Sea. And it can't be destroyed by that battle. Mistakes were made. I mean, I wasn't going to OTK him anyway. The question is, do we give them... how many things do I have? Yeah, I think what we do is... normal summon the man with the mark. We get Judgment of Anubis. Or Verdict of Anubis. Judgment of Anubis is a real card. It just does other stuff. And then we... 2 non-link monsters. We use this and this. We give them 1 draw. And then Apophis lets us reset both of these. Give them a little shuffle. Unfortunately, this is a normal monster. SP takes 2 effect monsters, but we can use Silhouette Rabbit. Okay, I'm feeling pretty confident with this. And they drew into the Famina. Why can these be activated this turn? They got Droll and Urgula. Temple of the Kings. I forgot it was every turn. Yeah, we're gonna do this. The Temple of the Kings! So, we summon this. We negate the Arthelion. You could pop 1 Spell Trap. Probably the Judgment of Anubis, right? Yeah. And then... yeah, we Chain Link 1, Serpent, pop Arthelion, Chain Link 2, Statue, pop the back row. Continue your main phase. Yeah. We don't want to give them another draw, though, do we? Yeah, fuck it, you know. You got 1 card, I've got no interactions. Except for IP. Okay, they will have 2 cards. Fuck. Oh yeah, and Fiendsmith. Damn it! Okay. What are you gonna send, buddy? That? Do we go ahead? I think we just SP here. Ooh, making this is funny, but I don't think it actually helps us. We use this and this. We spa. We SP. Fuck. What does this do? Two monsters are sent to the graveyard at the same time. Special summon this. Banish him when it leaves the field. This has to be fusion summoned, though, so I think it's better to just banish the engraver. Stops them from getting into that line. It's just a body. Yeah, this is a quick effect. Okay. Target myself and you. Can you make something with just Arthelion and the card in hand? One at the 3,000 attack monster. I was betting that they wouldn't be able to actually, fusion. Oh, they had a Femina. Another one! Goddamn heckin' son of a bitch. Pop the back row, yeah. So we summon this. They put that back. Femina sets the Ketu. And then this pops the Ketu before they can activate it. They get to destroy one thing. Yeah, they're angry at the dirt spider. But she came back. Let's see. Yeah, I think we do this. Because this stops the Cartesia. Like, we could just be like, no, I'd prefer if you didn't. And then they Femina, and we just Little Knight herself and the Arthelion. Adios! Nothing to fusion summon. To attack. And you know what? Just 'cause I'm a little salty. Anubis! Prepare to be judged, Ecclesia! I'm not Ecclesia, I'm Cartesia! Same thing! Close enough! Duel 31 versus branded Draco tail. You have been judged. That was a barn burner. It's weird how, like, if you look at this often happens in Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Because the life points, like, because so much of the game is, like, making an opening to OTK, you have these games where it's like, if you look at the life points and how many cards were on field, I was never not in control of it. You know, they never attacked me, I never lost any life points, most of my stuff was still there, and yet it was this very gripping back and forth, because they were always like, one misplay from me away from being able to, like, make a huge board that completely takes control of the game. Markiplier? Yeah, it's a mark. All of the C's are useless. The funny thing was, right? I almost was like, maybe we give them the Ketu, because if they activate it, it summons a monster, so we can do the thing. If this card is sent to the graveyard so there's a world where I didn't use the Dirt Spider to blow up the back row. I blow up the Arthelion. They get the Ketu Draco tail, and then we activate the Retaliating Sea. And because they've already used the Arthelion, they activate the Draco tail. Both of their monsters get banished instead. And then all they can make is the one guy that, like, does stuff when you activate another Draco tail, which they don't have. What's its name? This? Goulamel. I hope a Marky Mark makes an appearance. He might. He might. Win, and we will gain a rank. Platinum 1 would be some fun. Platinum 1 would be some fun. I think this is the first time we've lost the coin toss since moving over to the C deck. It'll be interesting to see if we draw any of them and they're of any use. Well, we drew the one of. Now to see if this will pay off. Can we be sneaky? I see. Do not apply the effect. Okay, gotcha. Send one, special summon it, it becomes 4. Yeah, so I think what happens is they do that. If we hit it with Imperm, then it's no longer 4, and then they're stuck with a 6 on their side of the field. Is that how that works? Is that even a good thing to do? Fuck it, we'll try. Someone's got to experiment. Okay, yeah, it does become 6. So now instead of 3 4s, they only have 2 4s. Gaga girl! Detach one material, add stuff. Okay. Unfortunately, well, yeah, I think we have to in-perm this as well. Unfortunately, all their cards are like, if this is detached, you can search. So they get to search anyway. And then they get go, 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 Goblindeberg. And then they get Kage, Tokage, ba-da-da-ba-ba-do. Interesting, and this is a when you can. Infernal Flame Banshee. Alright. Time to be a little sneaky. Howdy, howdy. And now our opponent is like, excuse me. What the fuck? What the hell is this? What's this? What's this? There's bugs on the field. What's this? I do not want to yield. And yeah, I explained this last episode. I don't know if it got cut out, but basically, you summon this. During the end phase, this will flip up, and then it destroys all special summoned monsters on the field. So if they don't have a negate, then it just board wipes them. If they do have a negate, hopefully it's something that, like, has some kind of cost to it. And they actually, like, you know, waste that cost on this. And then maybe they don't have negates for this half of our deck. That's the hope. It is not a good card. It should not be a UR. It's something that I absolutely should have broken down, but my content brain was like, no. No, one day I'll be able to use it, and it'll be really, really funny. Unfortunately, they're on Ryziel, which can just, like, stop themselves from being destroyed. I was really hoping maybe it would be, like, pure Onomat or something. Yeah, so they probably have like a million ways to stop this, and then this is just like a 2,500 thing on our field, but, you know, someone has to experiment with stuff. If it's one thing that the last, like, year of making What a Deck has, or not What a Deck, if there's something that, like, the last year of Ladder Climb has taught me, it's that there is very little interest in seeing actual competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! Every time I play, like, a good deck, people are like, well, I don't want to see that. Even if it's, like, Blue Eyes, even if it's, like, a really, like, interesting deck, something like, what was it? Like, the Fiendsmith, Magical Musket deck. They're like, if it's Fiendsmith, I'm just not tuning in. So, you know, I feel like this is probably the more entertaining option to summon stuff like this, to do purposely bad things. Because if it happens to work, you know, then you get to do all sorts of exciting stuff. We want to watch an underdog sack a spike with a playground. The problem with that, at least on Master Duel, is, 90% of the time that ain't gonna work. But even when it does work, it, like, you would have to rank down into, like, bronze or something. Okay, so they are using the cross, but we've got one material off the detonator. So there's that. Ah, the imperm. Useless now. I could turn this into Typhon. Let's try Anubis. Ash Blossom. Let's try Man. Alright. Let's try Typhon, I suppose. Hello. We will detach the sneaky sea. Yeah, we push this back. That's attack lowers. Now we can battle phase. We can run over this. Then main phase 2, set in perm. And, you know, we cleared the field. They've got 4 cards in hand and the ability to recycle everything, but we did clear the field. Yep, if only the field spell zone was right here in the middle. What if you could play Imperm in the field spell zone, and then if you flipped it up, it would negate the field spell? Oh, look, another 4. You think this deck that makes 4s will make 4s? If 4, then 4. B4, 4 cards. Impermerata. Also, negate the field spell if it says Ryziel on it. If it has a Z on it. Laplation. I mean, yeah, I guess we just do this, right? And now my only hope is they play into the Imperm column and then surrender. Yeah, it's unfortunate I thought for a while maybe the Gagaga stuff would be cool, but it really does suffer. I remember when I first started out, I used to really hate synchro decks, and my reason was that it felt like the monsters in your deck weren't actually monsters with unique identities that did things. It felt like every monster in your deck was just a number, and you were just adding numbers together to get the real monsters you wanted to summon. And since then, they've done, like, they've done a pretty good job of giving monsters abilities beyond just being extra deck material. But Gagaga, and to a lesser extent Ryziel, really is just a good example of, like, yeah, they're 4s. They're 4s that put 4s on the field, and you put enough 4s, and then you can make the monsters you want. There's one Ryziel that, like, sends a card from the extra deck. I guess that's pretty cool. But the Automats especially are just like, they're a 4, and when you summon it, you summon a 4, and then when you use it as material for a rank 4, you can search another 4 from your deck. So they just become these interchangeable, like, pieces that don't have any, like, personality or identity or interesting gameplay associated with them. Ryziel is more flavorless than Automat. 4 level 4s to make a big detonator. How come they can activate that? Oh, they negated me at some point. Yeah, I would say from what was it? From like a card art standpoint, yeah, the Ryziels are very simple and kind of boring. They're just like robots. And from but from a mechanical standpoint, each one does have at least a little bit of flavor to it. Whereas the Automat, like, visually, they're much more interesting. Got, like, a goblin flying a plane, and, like, a spooky lizard, and, like, a dwarf with a shield or whatever. But, effect-wise, they are all just summon a 4. Effect, like, mechanically, they have less identity than the Ryseals. I very much prefer the Ryseal artwork. It's not terrible or anything. It's just not the most, like... I mean, don't get me wrong. I like me a good machine. But they're not the most, like, uniquely designed machines. Alright, going second, but we have both Drolls and an Imperm, so, you know, that gives us a pretty good shot. Our opponent is questioning us. Oh, it's Yummy. Can Yummy play through Droll, chat? Surprise! They already had everything. Snatchy. Do we even care about them getting the field spell? Yeah, because then they can start trading out. And, like, using this on the synchros does nothing because they can just tag out. Surprise. But it came back. Yeah, people debating how good Zexal is as far as, like, the anime. I will say, as someone who didn't watch hardly any of the animes... Oh, that's it? I thought they were going to make a synchro or something. Bloss. No. I would prefer if you did not. Of course, between these two, what are the chances that the man actually resolves? Like 0%? Oh, they're playing Dominus Purge. It actually works here. Now I am the one with the plates. Yeah, it's unfortunate. We got all the C's specifically to counter this. We just didn't get any C's. Haha! Pay 1,000 for 100. Pay some amount. Yummy way. Ah, you wanted to do this in attack mode, didn't you? Oh, it doesn't matter because you put me face down. Interesting. I wonder why they didn't tag back out. Don't you want to search during my turn? No. They want to snatch again. Unfortunately, it places. They should increase the life point cost as inflation goes up. Funny joke. Yeah, unfortunately I needed to not draw both drolls. If I had some extension in addition to this droll, or a different hand trap, maybe I'd be in a better position. It has to be in response to something. Oh yeah, I forgot. Marshmallow. Again. And now they've got enough attack to get over Apophis. If only this flipped up. But yeah, so I was saying about Zexal, right, is at least from the outsider looking in, Zexal struck me as the first anime, or the first show that actually felt like it had the same vibe as the original Duel Monsters. Like, it felt like it had the same spirit, where, like, it's kids playing a card game, and then something supernatural happens, and the stakes get raised and become more serious as it goes on. That's what I kind of liked about Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, like, always kind of rubbed me the wrong way, because card games went from, like, this niche thing that nerds were playing to the most important thing in the world. Where it's like the entire world building of the planet revolves around a duel school where people can become millionaires dueling. And I thought dueling was more interesting when it was treated like the niche hobby it was, and the only reason it was as popular as it was because there was a billionaire funding it. And then GX went even, or not GX, 5Ds went even farther in that, where they're like, okay, so not only is dueling a thing you can do professionally, something you can devote your entire life to and make a career out of, it is actually essential for generating the power that everyone needs to survive. Entire cities are planned around dueling, and dueling on motorcycles specifically. They just kept funding the card game. They literally do the Duel City wasn't like, the city wasn't designed from the ground up for dueling, was it? I thought it was like an existing city, and then Kaiba just like had an event in it. And there were like cameras put around the city. It was like a big thing. He like rented it out for the weekend or whatever. Same thing with like, you know, the Duelist Kingdom was like the guy who invented the card game had his own private island, and he turned that into a big event for dueling. And you could win some prize money. And everyone had Pot of Greed. If you're not in the tourney, get the fuck out of my city. There's a part of Battle City where normal people are standing around wondering what's happening with the tourney. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Where it's like, I guess the thing that struck me about it, right, is that in Duel Monsters, you could be a random nobody and show up to like the Battle City tournament. I guess you would have to be ranked or something in order to be in the Duelist Kingdom, because you have to take the boat or whatever. But there was this idea of like, oh yeah, there's a whole bunch of jobbers or whatever. There's like regular ass like kids still playing this game. Yugi's really good at it and he has high stakes. But if you're someone who's like on the boat just hoping to like win at Duel Monsters, you have no idea about the shadow games or whatever. That stuff's just kind of like happening on the side. The game still exists. In the early manga, Duel Monsters was very niche in Japan. It was an American card game. Ah, that explains Pegasus. The implication all the way to 5Ds is if you can build a deck and obtain a duel disk, you can fight God. You need permission for Battle City? Ah, okay. Yeah, and just after that, it felt like, okay, so if you wanted to get into the Duelist Academy in GX, you had to have, like, as a 10-year-old, decided to go in on dueling as your profession and dedicate yourself to it. And that wasn't a niche thing, because it is the most popular sport in the world, sells out stadiums. Everyone who's even like remotely good at dueling, like all the professional duelists, like they don't have jobs on the side. They're not expected to do things. Even if you're a low-ranking duelist in the GX world, if you can play professionally, it's like playing like baseball. They had entrance exams as well. Jaden got in without a scholarship. Yeah, but he had to he had to dedicate himself to it. I don't know. Maybe I'm just ranting about nothing. Again, I haven't actually seen these. And to be fair, maybe there's a whole bunch of like, the entire city is built around dueling in Zexal that I wasn't aware of. But it just struck me as like, oh yeah, there's these kids and they like dueling, and then one of them finds this weird artifact and it gives him like another persona who's like an alien trying to get his memories back. And they're just dueling for fun, and they're having like a good goofy time, but then there's people who take it too seriously, and now the duels are high stakes, and they enter a tournament, but some of the tournament people are evil. And to be fair, I guess maybe people don't want the same thing over and over again. Maybe they got their fill of that from the original Yu-Gi-Oh! Stream. I need to yap after losing several times. It's fun to just talk about. So it's not like I'm making like an edited video and putting out like, you gotta listen to my opinions. And part of the reason I'm saying all this is because I'm curious to see what y'all have to say if you've seen it. Is my perception of it as an outsider who's just read the wikis accurate, or do you disagree strongly? Understandable. Have a nice day. I only like GX. 5Ds was okay. Did you see the Yugi vs. Ash death battle? No. Death battle always struck me as like a power scaling thing, which I have zero interest in. Duel Academy makes sense from a world building perspective. Yeah, that was, I remember, who who was it? Like Link Kara, back when I used to watch his comic reviews. He had this off remark where he's just like, oh yeah, I love GX. I think it's amazing for the world building they put into it. And that always like struck me as like, huh? Because to me, it seems like the laziest world building you can do is to just say like, oh, it's an anime about firefighters. In this world, firefighters are the most respected people, and there's an academy where kids go to learn to be firefighters. And then there's like a big overindulgent school where everything is about firefighters, and they've got like rival schools, and everyone takes classes about the different aspects of firefighting. And it's like, there's no thought into like the world outside of firefighting. There's no thought to like how this is funded, how this fits in with anything else. It's just like, they have picked a thing, and now there's a school about it, and that school is the most important place in the world, because that thing they've picked is also the most important thing in the world. And the farther you get away from that school, the more society breaks down. Or someone connects all the Yu-Gi-Oh series until brains. I've heard that they do have like a consistent lore. That's why like everything after GX is like far in the future. So Black Clover. I actually don't know a single thing about Black Clover. I've heard the name and I have no idea what it's about. Black Clover is Pog. Yeah, and I should say, you know, if there's a show that you like that is just like kids attend a school for whatever, like, that's fine. You're allowed to enjoy stuff. Don't let me, like, saying the world building is weak, see that as a condemnation of, like, you're a bad person for enjoying this. Like, I enjoy shows and stuff that don't have good world building. I was just specifically taken out of it by the fact that someone thought that was good world building. Someone who absorbs a whole lot of media. Because it struck me as the laziest world building. But again, I haven't watched like every episode of GX, so maybe there is more to it that I don't understand. Black Clover is like Naruto. Yeah. I mean, that's something I would say is I watched Granted, I fell off of Naruto after like 5 seasons or something like that. I really only got through the tuning exams. I know it gets like after that. But that really is like, in this world, ninjas are the most important thing, and everyone goes to ninja school to learn different ninja skills. And then My Hero Academia is like, in this world, American-style superheroes are the most important thing, and everyone goes to hero school, where they learn to be heroes. And Ruby is like, in this world, fighting against the Grimm is the most important thing, and everyone goes to Grimm fighting school to become whatever the hell they call them there. Go from haha superheroes to sometimes maybe evil heroes to okay, I'm Satan. Yeah, the end of GX is wild. The tuning exams was its peak. It never quite hit as hard as Rock Lee versus Gaara. In this world, we give 10-year-olds magical powers and tell them, yeah. I mean, the world building in Pokemon is like absolute trash. Well, yeah, because everything still revolves around Poke. Like, it feels like there's no effort. It's just like, yeah, go out. Or at least at the beginning. I feel like over time, people have built up more lore about Pokemon, but especially at the start, like, they were absolutely just like, fuck it, we need an excuse to go out and explore the world. Here's a Pokemon. There's Pokemon everywhere, man. Just go for it. But, like, I enjoyed Pokemon, especially as a kid. The lack of world building didn't make those games any less fun or Ash's narrative any less interesting. And the same thing with, that was the point I was making with Naruto. It's like, I like the first couple seasons of Naruto, even though, like, it's just kids in ninja school. If you've got interesting enough characters and, like, cool enough fights and, like, every story doesn't have to do everything perfectly. You only really need to do one thing well to be worth, like, watching. Are we calling it here tonight? No, I'm gonna go a little bit more because we started a little late. I'm just yapping. I like to take a break from Yu-Gi-Oh! Every once in a while and yap about stuff. Everything revolving around magical superpowered animals makes more sense than firefighting. It makes exactly as much sense as firefighting. Because that's the thing, right? You start with the premise and you go backwards. You say, like, okay, this is a story about firefighters, and everyone goes to firefighting school. And then they're like, well, why are firefighting schools so popular? It's like, well, there's an evil army or an evil entity that, like, starts fires. And so in this world, fires are like a daily occurrence, and they can happen, like, anywhere. Fuck, I finally drew Contact C. Oh, fuck it, you know? Well, first of all, we stop this. And then we give them Contact C. Here you go, have bug. You cannot fusion, synchro, Ixie, or link unless you use this card as material. Wait, they could just make the rabbit. Why did I give them material to make the rabbit? That was dumb. I stopped watching Fire Force on Season 2. It became too predictable. The theme song is great. Absolute fire, though. Damn it! It's the exact thing. See, I got distracted. I could give them another one? Do I give them another one? No. And this is where they reveal they have Temple of the Kings in their hand already. Yep, I should have just ashed and passed. That's what I get distracted thinking about Fire Force. Yeah, and we just lose here. No? Okay. Why wouldn't you activate that and summon it and use Silo Hat to pop my back row? Oh, because of that. Recommended anime to show someone who's only seen and liked Kill la Kill. Mitsurugi, yeah, you know what? We'll just get out of here. I fucked that up. Even in the beginning, Pokemon, they showed people interacting with their Pokemon without battling. Well, yeah. They didn't have to battle, but it's still, like, everything involved Pokemon. You just replace Pokemon with animals, and it's like, what if everything was done by animals? What if instead of cars, we just had horses everywhere? I guess there was a time when that was true. But it's weird that they have futuristic technology and they can hold them in their pockets and they're still using the animals instead of the technology. You know what else they showed in Pokemon Season 1? Regular animals. Insects that aren't Pokemon. I can't keep a car in my pocket. I'm not with that attitude. You need to go to Dragon Ball Z. Talk to Capsule Corp about that. Then you get your car in your pocket. Poke car. How you liking the man? It ain't great. Draw a card. No. I would prefer if you did. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, there's a win, chat. Saggy. Eureka 7. I need to go back and check that out again. Alright, we get to go first. High stakes battle for our opponent, but for us, it was just a Thursday. Been a while since we won a coin toss. Okay. We really wanted to go second, chat. Going second would have been much better. We even said in perm? Yeah, we said in perm. We could perhaps get a 2 for 1. It's fine, it's fine. We'll just make our opponent go first. Maybe if we pass fast enough, they'll think that they're going first, and they won't attack. Burger. Ugh. Ugh. Shiver me timbers. Materia Actor. Discarding Chamberlain of the Six Samurai? Okay. I guess it is a level 3 with 2000 defense. We'll max C here. Huh? Add another Chamberlain. Okay, reinforcements. Kageki. Sure. So they're getting a Six Samurai engine to make Materia Reactor stuff? Anarchist Monk. Okay, this is a tuner. Six Samurai with Materia Reactor? Shien. Okay. Yeah, we'll go ahead and do this. Try to. Bait out that negate now. Oh. Okay. I wonder why they didn't use the negate. Oh wait, this is the monster effect one. Gotcha. Asceticism! Now's our chance, chat! Special summon a Six Samurai. Did you activate a card? Time for me to retaliate! Haha! Defense position. The seas are retaliating again. The bugs are back! I pushed a camel through the eye of the needle, making bricks with Monta Musa before you were even a Type 1 civilization. Ah, another one. Tactical trainer of the Sixth Samurai. Banished! Oh, it's the other Shien. Shien! So it's just a Sixth Samurai deck. They just happen to have this. Yeah, you know what? Let's get Sneaky C. Go ahead, special summon one more time, then we'll see what happens. Oh, they just surrendered. Well, you know. There you go, Max C. Huh. Reveal this and one other card. Add level 3 normal from your deck or graveyard to your hand, except the discarded card. Then special summon this. 2 warriors, including a 6 samurai. This is a dragon. 2 warriors. I guess you make Invoker, and then Invoker summons an Earth warrior? Tactical trainer. If this card is sent from the field to the graveyard at a 6 strike. Ah! So the C was actually, like, the retaliating, critically important. It stopped them from getting a 6 strike double assault. If they got that, who knows what would have happened. I see. Once again, I'm going to have to rely on Drolenlock to get me out of this. 45 cards. 15 card extra deck. You. Yeah, we just do this, right? Lincoln. Lingaribo. Imagine a world where you can queue to go first or second, and you always get what you choose. People would build accordingly. What do you think would happen to the meta? Well, there'd be like 2 metas, right? There'd be the go first meta and the go second meta. And one would be like a lot easier depending on what's in the format. I feel like going first always has the advantage. And if you can guarantee that you're going first, there's a lot of cards like Mistaken Arrest that suddenly become like auto includes. There's a whole lot of flood, like anything that's even like floodgate adjacent. Because if you are certain you're going first, then you can like do a combo and then like activate deck lockdown or something, or flip up a skill drain. Hello, White Binder. I was so certain you were going to get banned, and yet, here you are. Okay. Sure, buddy. Sure. We could purge Binder. When it's banished and tries to draw, if they don't have Lingaribo. But they do have Lingaribo. Yeah, like, we could try to do this. I don't know if it's worth it to bait out the Lingaribo. But when else are we going to get a chance to do this? Do you have to let it linger? Do you have to? Do you have to? Do you have to let it linger? You know I'm such a fool for you. You've got me wrapped around your finger. Oh. You seen anything made by Shinshiro Watanabe? Nope. The name does not ring a bell. You'll have to let me know what they made. Firewall pass in 2026. By Jove! They've done it! Firewall pass in the year 2026. Who would have thought it possible? Unfortunately, if they have Ash, we're just dead. Hello. I got giant hands. Oh, okay. We get this. Put back one of these. Troll. I see. What does this say again? While you control Temple of the Kings, this card and a Pofish you control can't be destroyed by battle or card effects. But I have to have Temple of the Kings, and I don't have Temple of the Kings, so there's not much I can do, chat. They did normal summon multiple times, so I could just do this anyway. I want to send a card to the graveyard. Yeah, I don't want to draw the Verdict of Anubis at this point. Oh. Yeah, go to the graveyard. Oh no, you're gonna banish my Judgment of Anubis? What will Anubis think about that? That's not gonna help with the verdict at all. Blink, we're dead, yeah. I can't even make the thing now. Okay, I'll do a couple more and then we'll probably call it for tonight. Okay. The man with the mark. Going first, yeah. I like to go first. We've gone first slightly more than 50% of the time. We haven't won the coin toss that much, but people make us go first. Mikanko sleeves? A very likely story. Alright, don't ash this. Thank you. Alright, don't imperm this. Well, I guess they didn't imperm it, chat. They veilered it. We'll set. We'll set. We'll set. And there we go. And then because this seems like a go second Mikanko deck, we're gonna hit this right off the bat. That way if they Lightning Storm, we're good. We can negate the Lightning Storm. This does not seem like Mikanko. Yeah, I think we have to infirm this. Otherwise, they get the negate, and I don't want them to have a negate. Oh, I could have Dominus purged that, couldn't I have? Oh, blue eyes. Negate it, and then if you have a trap in your graveyard, destroy it. Okay, actually, that's pretty good. Also, do we give them this? This doesn't seem to do anything. Yeah, let's get rid of that. We put this in specifically to stop Yummy, and we haven't run into Yummy since we put it in. Dishes clattered. End phase. Alright. 2 traps did it. Treasure of the Kings. I like treasure, chat. We'll get a little bit of treasure in here. Would I like to set a card? Oh, buddy. You better believe it. Another one. And now that I got a trap card set, I can grab myself the Circuit. And go down to Circuit City. Hello there. I'm a merciless scorpion. Nice to meet you. Get that out of there. Give me Temple of the Kings. Temple of the Kings, Temple of the Kings. Like children of the corn, children of the corn, corn. You can't negate me. I negate your negate. But can you negate my negate, negating your negate? No. Good, good. Give him the old Krunglo shuffle. And then I will put this in this zone as a testament to how unnegated I am. Don't tell the news stations that I'm angry. I'm not angry. How divine. Can I get my stuff back? I would like my stuff back. One of you, and one of you. Second in perm? No. Use the effect. Get a spell trap. Yeah, that's fine. I can't pop it on this chain anyway, so it's fine. I think they're just dead. Oh yeah, they have to set it. For some reason I thought this searched. And it doesn't. Oh, a trap was activated, so... yeah, we'll just get rid of that. Do we want to play into Nibiru? Nah, we'll just play it safe. We got pretty good control of the game at this point. Once again, the seas have done nothing. Maybe one day, Chad. Puts out a surprising amount of damage, yeah. How do people play this deck? Very carefully. Uh-oh. They've got Anubis sleeves too. Oh, okay. They must have opened all hand traps. Draw. Check it out, gamer. I'm just like you for real. They're like, no! I can't stare into my own reflection! The void! The inescapable void! You gotta avoid the void, chat. Yeah. Yeah. What the heck? You. Are they playing this just in case they make Garua? This person really hates Draco Tail. Quantum Cat. That's funny. But how do you get to Quantum Cat? Or rather, I know how he gets to Quantum Cat. You summon the rabbit. But how do you get this then? Where's the Wind-Winged Beast? Oh yeah, Garou is not wind. Yeah, so it's either normal summon Droll Lock, or it's activate Quantum Cat. When you summon this, you declare a type and an attribute, and it becomes those, so you can make it into a Wind-Winged Beast. Hard to draw it. just a pot of extravagance, forehead. Droll is a spellcaster. Yeah, they're really just hoping they get Quantum Cat. High stakes battle. Whoever wins, someone's going to Platinum 1. Unfortunately, we did not win the coin toss, but it appears as though we're going against someone who has all the yummy things. Can we get the Retaliating Seas and the Contact Seas? Well, okay, time to see if this does what we hope it does. That is not what I was expecting to see. Damn, if they have that, they probably have generic stuff. Well, shit. Mitsurugi. It's 6, though, which is not quite enough. Yeah, this is where we really needed the retaliating. Oh, as they can't. Fusion, Synchro, Ixie, or Link. They can Ritual Summon, though. You know. Gotcha. So there's no deck that this would be more useless against except for Mitsurugi, perhaps. It's Mitsu again. We haven't seen Mitsu all day. We haven't seen it this entire climb, I don't believe. You know what? Let's try it. Yeah, I've got 2 Temple of the Kings. I'll send one off. Let's make them think. Mayday, Mayday. So, like, now they get Night Sword Serpent, and they get another level 4. But they can't make an Ixie unless they use this as Ixie material. They could just link it off for, like, an IP or something. Or Ashlyn. I forgot about Ashlyn. This guy's new. Alright, so I've given up 2 cards from my hand for no benefit. Yep, I'm just going to get on out of here, unfortunately. Okay, it was not Mitsu Yummy. It was Mitsu Megalith. The answer was Mitsu Megalith. They just had the yummy stuff to try to trick me personally. Okay. Alright, so after playing probably close to 10 duels, I think, with this version of the deck, I think I could safely say it's terrible. It's terrible dog shit. Maybe up in like Master, where you could guarantee you were going against Yummy, it would be good. But a lot of these cards are just awful. We have actively made the deck worse. The only time we've won is when we've gone first and didn't open any of the awful C cards. So, you know, we tried an experiment. It didn't work. Next time, on the next stream, I'll be back with an actually, hopefully, good version of the deck. Okay. Let me get another take of that. I think I could do it better. Alright, so after playing several duels with this deck and testing it out against a variety of different opponents, I have come to the conclusion that it's awful. It's just terrible. It's no good. Maybe if we were in like Master 1 and I could guarantee that at least half of our decks would be against specifically Yummy, then some of these cards would be useful. So far, we haven't activated and resolved a single one that actually helped us in any meaningful way. We've just made the deck worse, and we've only won when we didn't get any of those tech cards. So I think we're gonna go off of it. Next stream, I'll switch over to something that has a little bit more powers, a little more unique, and hopefully a lot. Okay. So we're at the end of the stream for now. We're at the end of the stream for now, so I'm not going to switch it up. Okay. We're at the end of the stream for now, so I'm not going to build something new. We're nearing the end of the stream, so I'm not going to build something new right now, but I do have a couple more builds in the tank. Hopefully I'll have some time over the weekend to mess around and find something that is not only novel and interesting, but actually works. Don't die. I mean, I'm trying. I've been trying for 40 years. Okay. Talking about the seed deck. Alright, and with that, chat, I think I'm going to call it for tonight. Usually, after we're done doing Yu-Gi-Oh!, I do generic stuff. Not generic, variety. We've been playing a lot of blueprints, but I'm very hungry. I still need to cook dinner, and the only thing I have is going to take me like 40 minutes or whatever. And it's already almost 11 o'clock at night, so if I don't go make something to eat now, I won't be able to do it. And if it's going to take me like an hour to make it or whatever, there's no point in coming back, because I still need to edit the yummy stuff earlier and try to get that uploaded super quick. So I'll be doing that tonight after I'm done eating. So no variety today. Hopefully you'll be able to survive. If you're interested in variety, there's a whole bunch on the Raw Hardleg channel. Which, you know, just for the sake of making it easier, youtube.com/@rawhardleg. There you go. If you want to go see, there's a whole playlist with all the blueprint stuff on it. There's like a million billion, there's so many hours of content. It's crazy. Now I'm the one dying. Well, don't. Stop dying. I forbid it. We will survive, yeah. I will be back here tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll be doing some interesting stuff. We'll be experimenting around. I'll be playing Silk Song with CB Radio, my buddy. We'll be continuing. We've been doing a series where like he doesn't want to play the game because it's too hard. So I'm going through and giving him like a tour where I show off all the cool stuff the game has to offer. That's also on the Raw Hardleg channel, by the way, if you want to see the first 5 episodes. We'll be on the 6th episode. We're almost at the point I don't think we'll be able to wrap up Act 2, but we'll be getting really close to it. The Quantum Ladder Climb next week. Yeah, it'll probably be next week. This week you've got Masochist tomorrow, and I'm hoping to get the new, like, reading the new cards out by Saturday. So you'll have that. And then tomorrow on stream, after the Silk Song stuff, Mari has donated to the Patreon at a really high level, and they requested that I do a Legend of Lefty stream. Which, if you don't know, that's the novel I've been working on. I've been hesitant to try like a writing stream because I don't know how that would work. I feel like I can't write and talk at the same time. But if you're interested in like asking questions about the story or just seeing me like sit here and ponder and like write stuff down, learning about the stream or learning about the story, consider coming down tomorrow night. For now though, I'm going to get going. Yeah, it'll be a fun experiment. It's one of those things that like I considered doing, but I'm like, I don't think I want to take up a whole room, a whole second half of a stream for it. But if someone's paying me specifically to do it, then they're like offsetting the cost. The loss cost.